Welcome to session number 2 of our run through the Donkey Kong Adventure expansion to Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. We finished World 1, or Zone 1, I suppose, in the previous session. And as promised, before we get into World 2, we're just going to do a little bit of reconfiguration with our spec points and our talent tree, and also our weapon loadout. So I think what we'll do is that for Donkey Kong, we're going to keep the bounce. Yeah, as you get into World 2, you unlock weapons that kind of give you an additional 10 damage on both the primary and the secondary. We can't afford absolutely everything right now, but we'll be able to buy maybe 3 different upgrades that are on the second tier. We're going to put Donkey Kong with his area attack over here on the smashers. There is this increased area for the damage that he's going to deal here too. And yeah, in general, I'm sort of thinking that, you know, with smashers, they're the ones that you usually don't want to get very close because they charge towards the attacker that hits them. But with the bounce, Donkey Kong can actually project him back out of range, so maybe this is still going to be helpful. We'll put that on him. And with the Rabbid Peach, we found this discoverable weapon in the previous zone, and the mid-boss advantage here probably isn't necessarily going to be that useful in the immediate future because well, we just cleared a mid-boss and we won't see one until the end of the world, and possibly we'll want to catch something else instead. So let's see if we want to upgrade the primary or the secondary. Yeah, because with this being a mid-boss weapon, maybe it does make sense to try to have her catch collectors here instead. With the secondary, collectors are the ones where you need to chase down the parts. And that might make more sense, even though we just collected this recently. So let's go for that as well. And then for Cranky, I think instead of the area attack here, we're going to go for the primary. And we have a new enemy class that's going to come soon, Bucklers. We haven't actually seen them yet, so it might make sense to put them on that, even though we're going to lose the ink effect on the primary. We still have it on the secondary weapon, but we'll go with that. As for the skill tree, we've been largely prioritizing a lot of movement so far because movement range is something that makes this feel quite dynamic when you play. F. Belmont, welcome. How's it going? Yeah, it's going well. This is just our second sitting with this game here, which I've returned to after not having played the original Mario plus Rabbids game since it came out in 2017. So we just came back here 8 years later to look at the expansion. And we did have to relearn the entire game on the fly last stream, but that's okay. It's a pretty easy and accessible beginner tactics game in many ways, so we take entirely too long to make decisions sometimes, just to hyper-optimize it here and there, but it's been a pretty enjoyable time thus far. Now, we could improve his magnetizing range. With the 2 points here, the alternative I'm thinking is just to improve his movement even more with both the pipe exit and the dandelion jump, just to give him tons of flexibility. The groove cooldown, I think, might actually be very impactful here, because we're building towards these area attacks on him. So I think we'll go with that. As for Peach, I think we'll go with some damage output on the dash, which will try to steadily improve. And it'll synergize well with movement range, since we've already maxed out her movement range, not counting the pipe exit. As far as Rabid Cranky is concerned, we've been using the grump jump effect where he does a team jump and into stomps pretty heavily, so We could go for the damage orb. We could also give him some additional flexibility by going for range, and I think we will go for range. Okay, so that's all we will reconfigure right now, and let's get back into World 2. Now, I don't know if there's a shortcut, because this barrel just takes you back to the entrance of World 1 so far as I know, but this lets you just teleport back to whichever chapter you've been working on. Now, I don't know if it just takes you to the chapter entrance, because it might. Actually, given that as a question mark, I wonder if we haven't unlocked that yet. Yeah, because as you can see, we got perfect in all 6 parts over here on the first try. You have not discovered this battle yet. Okay, so I can only port there once I have actually opened it up, because we went right up to the entrance the previous time. Now, we could do this. I don't know if it makes you replay the battle, though. Probably not, because we ported back here. I wonder if there's a faster way to get over there. Let's try this in case the hub actually gets you over to where we need to go. Yeah, it just takes you over to the introductory area, I think. Or, no, that's actually fairly far along. So it does warp you over to where we had previously finished, and I think this gets us over to the next part. Even after a minimal amount of time off. It's very easy to get lost around here. You just have to fight over the palm tree. So was this where we wanted to go? I think it was. Yeah, because it gets you over to battle number 1 in this zone, and we're going to have somebody new to deal with immediately. Defeat 8 enemies. And yeah, the battle I think completes as soon as you hit the objective, so. Those fountains are exact likenesses of the Buana Hanini spitting goatfish. The end of her turn to spit water. Okay, so I wonder if that's just a push effect or what. Range is limited, but the stream is powerful enough to push us, even damage us. Okay. Oddly enough, it reminds me of a particular wind map in Fire Emblem Fates. At least even enemies are affected by him in the same way. That's something, I suppose. In fact, they're so tired of being hosed down, morale is low. Defeat enough and the rest will flee, ending the battle. Okay, let's take a look at what we're dealing with. So yeah, the wet parts of the sand here show you the fountain range when it comes to the push. Might be able to take advantage of that as a way to run away. There's tropical smashers, tropical Ziggy, and lots of bounce effects that are possible with the various blocks here too, so. I love the coral design on the pipes as well. Alright, so we don't start with 8 on the map. We're going to have to deal with these 6 plus reinforcements, by the looks of it. And again, yeah, the smashers can be drawn over with attacks. Well, let's see what we can do, because I think what we'll do is we'll get a DK to do some kind of bounce effect with a throw and a magnetize and stomp. And then Cranky can kind of help combo into that. DK also has a pretty good pull range on the magnet now, so we might be able to do something with that. Okay. Let's fight and see what happens. Yeah, and we can pull some of the smashers away using just longer range attacks. So if we pick up, then head over to cover here. Then we can try to bounce like this. It'll bounce this guy back, though, with bounce effects. I wonder what we want that. Yeah, I guess we can get the smashers within range. Because worst case, we just scattered them in completely different directions. That's okay. We can bring them over, perhaps. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So does the smasher run after that kind of attack? It doesn't right away. So DK probably doesn't even necessarily need to magnetize this turn. He's not going to bring too much in with him. Smasher Thrasher does quite a lot of damage. This is quite nice. What we can do is tag this guy with something else, like maybe a cranky range attack. And of course, we want to be careful with friendly fire from our attacks as well. So let's see what we can do. Because if we're doing the jump attack over here, he's got really good range of that now, which means we can hit like this and still have cover to potentially shoot something else. Because then you might chip this by just enough that DK can do the finisher. And you'll have an additional shot past that point. Okay, so either this, he's got the smasher effect. The upper range of the attack isn't quite good enough there, even with that. So maybe we want to shoot him with something first. Also, if Cranky is going to be in that position, yeah, to a certain extent it makes sense. Ink disables the main attack, so that's not a secondary 1/1 cooldown though. Let's see if that actually makes sense. Yeah, because he's going to charge into the main issue there. What we can do... Nope, Peach doesn't really have enough range to run over there. Let me just check her attacks here. Yeah, because that'll kind of tag. And then DK can do a bit of a pull with his magnet. I wonder if it'll pull in by enough. Or we can just kind of group up against the other one. I think that makes a certain amount of sense. Since his bastions are melee, the cover doesn't matter too much here. Let's see. If she moves like this, then she can tag from afar. We'll do a bit of a run. But not very far. Is it still within DK's attack range? Let's check. Just barely. Yeah, that'll work. So this does enough damage that I wonder if I want to do a pull. Now the thing about the magnet is that I'm not always entirely sure if the magnet will pull the other one in close enough. But maybe we can try it. I just don't think we'll burn the other one down quickly enough, necessarily. We might as well try it. Let's get faster. Cool down on a magnet groove now. Then we can really smash these guys up this way. So he's going to charge in. But he just gets within range. He doesn't attack immediately, does he? Yes, he does. Okay. Alright, so that was maybe a bit reckless, but what we can do is put him on Overwatch, though. Although he's not really going to be running around, so... But what if we put him on Overwatch and then he hits? Then does that activate immediately? I think it might. Because then if he runs... Well, let's see. Yeah, so you have to hit on the target with this weapon. You can't just target beside him, by the looks of it. Which means that we should hit this way instead so we don't do friendly fire. So does he run, and do we do the Overwatch when... Yeah, he does. Okay. Oh, and we did a bit of friendly fire with that too, because DK was within the spread. And... yeah, to answer some of the questions in chat from a few minutes ago, Philmon, have I played Metal Slug Tactics? No, but I have had that wishlisted for sometime, or, well, not wishlisted formally, but rather I paid attention to it and kind of jotted down something in my notes about it when it was shown off in trailers quite some time ago. But we do play quite a few tactics games, so that did get my attention when it was first announced. And descriptive is welcome as well. Yeah, Pride Parade season is a little different in Canada than it is in the United States. I know in the US they typically run most events in June in conjunction with the Stonewall anniversary, if I'm not mistaken. For whatever reason, and it's probably some historical reason that I don't know nearly enough about, they tend to schedule a lot of Pride events later in the year in Canada, usually around September, I think. There's some historical reason for that that's separate from what the US does with Stonewall, but I don't remember what that is, to be honest. Okay, let's put this... you know what? No, we don't need a shield at this point, but we will need to heal DK afterwards. So let's put this on the enemy turn. Yeah, pardon me if I'm a little late in chat sometimes while I'm deliberating over the moves. Let's go with the enemy turn. Yeah. So yeah, he's really way too exposed, but we'll get Peach to drop a heal on him next turn. I blew up way too much of the cover around DK. And so he's going to be shot in the face quite a few times. Yeah, he's completely exposed. And that one's on an Overwatch as well, which means we'll need to trigger that with something. We'll need them to do a bit of a run because, yeah, everybody's going to shoot him. Yikes. Okay. That's the most alarming situation we've had in quite some time with these. Now, the thing, though, is that even if Peach gets hit by the Overwatch effect, that's probably fine because she could be shot in both directions, and the issue is whether she'll be able to get the heal. Now, if for some reason she's frozen out of the healing ability, that's why we move her first and we leave Cranky available to cleanse her if needed. So we're going to move her here. And I don't think we'll be able to get a run. Oh, actually, this is interesting. Yeah, we can do a double run. We can do dash, dash to cleansed freeze, and then come back. Oh, actually, she can chain quite a bit off of that, too. But I think... yeah, because if she gets in here, then she can kind of flank around this way. But that wouldn't be within range of the healing effect. That's the issue. How much range do we have on a heal? Let's... whoops. Take a look at her for a moment. Or rather, we can just look at how we've spec'd her out here if I can. Or just count tiles. So I think she had, what, 7 range on a heal or so? I don't remember. Yeah, because this reaches beside the bunny ears popping out. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it seems. Okay. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I don't want to risk going too far. Let's put her behind cover over here. Also, when these pop out, what is this type here? Let's attack the cam to see. Smasher. Okay, so we don't want her to be within Smasher range necessarily. Because this guy's going to come out, although he can be plucked out and thrown. We have DK's turn. Oh, you actually have two of these. Okay, so we don't want her to be, you know, sort of mobbed by both of them either. Which means that we want to run her pretty far over, I think. After we do the pickup. So let's, or rather, after we do the dash. Dash 1. Dash 2. Or rather, it's the team jump. Team jump's going to go back here. She's going to be exposed on the other side, though. And also, she's going to be within the push effect, so that's not great either. But what she can do is maybe pop over here. So she's well out of range of all that other nonsense. She doesn't really get to shoot anything from this position, though. That's the issue. So it's not really great. I can't quite see from here whether... Yeah, no, that's behind cover. But I just want to get her out to smasher range, mostly. While still keeping her within the healing range. So, but then we have a pickup on 1. Then we can sort of toss it pretty far into position over here and have it be given a push on this side. So yeah, we'll put her here, maybe. Okay. And she's going to be shot. Twice. But with no effects on her. And then we're going to pop the heal here in a moment. Let's see what we want to do with Cranky first, because Cranky might actually want to jump and flank over here. And stomp those guys somehow. Particularly with his line attack, I think that'll make a certain amount of sense. That we would go over here. And then... Yeah, it hits hard, but maybe... Oh, actually, this does hit both over here. It's just that we'd be kind of exposed on that side. Let's just try to get some kind of line damage over here. It's okay if it does differently fire against Peach, because the thing about that... Yeah, because then he can do some line damage going this way. Because she's going to heal up anyway, right? The main issue is that Cranky's a bit exposed, but the thing is, if it's just smashers coming out, then it's actually not a problem. So we'll do that. And I inadvertently froze Peach. Whoops, that's not good. That's okay, because if Peach is frozen out of her healing ability, then we just get DK to run towards her. And then Deadeye Dino over here is going to take out 2, and then have the third one be pretty close here as well. Yeah, because the thing about DK is that you can... I do want to do it to pick up and throw, that's the only thing. And the issue with that is that we won't be able to pick up the smashes, but we can throw Peach. Yeah, we won't come back to pick up the smashes then, we'll just need to draw them in. Because we need to get the cleanse on her. Because we stand here. I can't throw her, but she'll be within the push effect, that's all. I don't think it does damage though, so maybe we should be fine. So if we come over here, for instance, then we can also get an Overwatch effect. Oh, whoops, we don't want to do the pipe entry. But we... Yeah, because I'm just counting tiles here. If it runs like 1, 2, 3, 4, we don't want to get one in range 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be fine. So we should go here. And... Oh. Does the throw... Okay, no, the throw can't actually land on that guy, so that's fine. We'll do an attack out of that then, instead. So instead, we should actually just throw Peach somewhere safe. Like over here, for instance. Clear her effect. And so we'll go heal on her afterwards. We're going to take this one out first. Let's see here. Harry Eye over there. Yeah, we will definitely want Pop to heal now. And then maybe even... Oh, I forgot that there's this one additional enemy over there. That's okay. We can actually send the bot over to it. Yeah, because everybody's still a little bit exposed over here. Yeah, I should have thought about taking out that one. I just didn't see it. But if we send the Banshee over, it's going to hit pretty quickly. Banshee might get pushed, though, by the water effect. That's the only thing. It's okay. Let's heal up. Don't worry about it later. And yeah, we might as well send it. It'll get pushed by the water effect, but hopefully it's not an issue. And then we'll put DK on Overwatch. And then, yeah, Cranky can just do a skip. And then it's just 2 Smashers that are going to spawn here to deal with, and otherwise we're fine. And the bot is actually immune to the push, so that's fine. Yep. Pretty good range in that now, actually. We hit all 3. Oh, very nice. Doesn't hit the one that I wanted, but it does actually solve a number of problems here. Oh, what's that attack? I haven't seen that before. That's some kind of debuff effect, I think. Okay, no effect on that, thankfully. Yeah, it's some kind of attack down or something. We have 5 out of 8 down, so we just need to not worry about the respawns here. We can just take everything out quickly enough. But it is some kind of attack debuff. However, we can probably clear the effect. Does Cranky have a cleansing jump? Yes, he does. I remember putting it on him. So, likely what we'll do... And does DK have his magnetized back? He does not. We'll find some order of events that'll let me cleanse everybody. Now, the thing about Rabbit Peach is that she can just run over this guy. With movement. And then... we can... cleanse Cranky, and then Cranky can cleanse DK. And then we can put her... Oh, we can grab everything here. Like way over here, maybe. And then have a clear line of sight to that attack, depending on the number of tiles we're dealing with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's way out of range. But we can maybe hit this one, then. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. You know what? We can count, right? 1. Because if she comes here... Does it show your range? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's way out. But it smashes, so we don't need to worry too much about cover. So, let's go back to the combat cam. Also, if you hit them from this side, then they have to run around. And so maybe we should actually just go here and shoot from this end. Oh, no, she needs to cleanse with a dash, not with a jump. Okay, so that was a mistake. That was a misplay. Yeah, no, I forgot. That's, Cranky can cleanse with a dash. Right? Or, no, with the jump. Yeah, no, she cleanses with a dash, Cranky cleanses with a jump. We should have actually noticed that. So, unfortunately, we squandered that, apart from taking that one out. But, we might still be able to... do this. It's kind of more important to get DK's attack power back up, I think. So we'll grump jump these guys over here. If we can. The main issue with that is we don't want a DK's area attack to do too much friendly fire to Cranky unless we really know what we're doing. But I think that's actually going to be okay. Let's do that. Because we know the Grump Jump is not going to have too many issues with... Well, first of all, what we can do... Oh, that's interesting that the effect has worn off already. So, it's actually by number of moves that you do, apparently. Number of plays that you make off of your movement points, rather than just an effect for the whole turn. We actually didn't even read that, so... That's good, because we want DK to be within Smasher range. Here, we might even be able to do a pick up and throw. You know, so we can just walk over And throw like this. And I wonder... There is going to be a bit of a bounce, though. That's the only thing, is that we don't want to bounce too much because we want him to... yeah, actually, if we step over here instead, then, because we want him to do his area attack. So, I don't even go here and just bunch right up against these guys. Or maybe you throw over here, then you get a slightly better position. What if we go right next to it? I just want to get him within range of everything that we want to do. That's good, actually, because then Cranky can drop a shot on top of both of them. We can go Smasher Thrasher here. That'll kill one. And then we can just do a straight shot on the other one. Oh, actually, we'll just kill them both, because we did enough. Great. Cowards, yeah, to run. They're out of my league. A little bit, pretty quick clear. So, no doubt that'll meet the par for the number of turns it takes to clear. And then we'll have an additional rune for points in the spec tree. So, let's continue. And yeah, all of this is just going to connect to different parts of the battle map. I think there usually aren't any collectibles that are on the battle maps themselves. But we'll do the next intermission zone and see what we can uncover with the block puzzles along the way. Like this one here, where, well, you just need both lattices. Yeah, because you need the blocks to go in respective positions. So this one, for instance, will go over here. Back up. Then you circle this one around, push it over to this. Back up, push it down, push this one forward. Okay, yeah, I see it. And, yeah. Whoops. Just takes a moment to visualize sometimes, but we got it. And let's see about this. It's quite a nice guitar there. A banana guitar. Imagine the metal storm of skull-rattling rock you could summon from the gods of thrash if you could wield this axe. Too bad we're not allowed to wield this axe then. Unlike the guitar weapon in Devil May Cry 3, which is, I think, is the first guitar weapon in video games that comes to mind. Oh, whoops. That's still within range of observing it. That's okay. Let's keep going. And no collectibles here at all, really. Oh, apart from that one chest we opened. Okay, then let's go straight into the next battle. Yeah, we found in a previous zone in World 1 of this adventure that a lot of the block puzzles and collectibles were kind of loaded right in the end, so you had this weird pacing where you would do a few battles and you have a long zone that's all optional collectibles. And then only after that did we get to the end of world mini-boss. Anyway, smugglers, let's see what they do. While this slovenly sluggard may look like a smasher, it's not. It's a smuggler. Delivering bad bananas all over the island to aid their corrupted colleagues, they must be stopped. So I suppose the objective is to, yeah, defeat them before they reach the other side of the battlefield. Okay, so that's fine. And we need to defeat 4. Let's see what we're dealing with. First of all, these ones flanking on high ground, we'll need to do some kind of jump to pop up there. DK himself, of course, can normally just walk up to high ground, which is good because he can climb. And... oh, the exit point is actually all the way on the other side, and so we'll have to try to race the ones that are currently closer. That's okay. We'll just need to be pretty quick about it. And of course, your damage bonus against smashers will likely not apply to the smugglers, so we should be aware of that too. Likely what's going to happen though is we will have DK run up to this side quickly. He can also just swing all the way across with the dandelion jump when we want to do it. They do have a chase range though, so basically if you tag them, I think with their chase range you might be able to pull them towards our team. So let's figure out how to move in such a way that we can get everybody within jump range to kind of get them on high ground and start attacking. Let's see about that. First of all, let's take a look at Cranky. If we can get him to be within range, would jump immediately, that would be great. And he will be within range, which is great. So, main issue here, he's going to be a little bit exposed. And also that this won't really do enough in terms of damage. The line damage probably won't reach all the way across, will it? Let's see, because we never quite know. Deadeye Dino actually hits quite far. But let's see, he's got... I wish we could read this just a little bit better. Read his abilities a little bit better. I don't remember what button it is. It is not the X button. That's Tacticam. Yeah, because if I could just remember what the value is on his range. That's pretty long range though, which means that we can probably try to hit them both. If we perhaps try to attack the left side of the cover. So what we'll do is we'll jump, get over here. Now the problem is, of course, that we're still quite a ways away from tagging the other one that's going to make a run for it. But we'll stop this first. And this will hit. But it's not going to hit the other one at all, of course. So let's not do anything with him just yet. Let's see. Yeah, because you can actually do a pickup and then run all the way to the other side for whatever sense that makes. And the main thing, though, is that I want to be able to get over here and probably pop a shot in the other one. Yeah, let's just jump up then. And just snipe this one from behind. Oh, yeah. Well, nothing's on the ground for her to do her dash attack this turn. So we can pop this one and then DK can maybe throw it towards something else and then magnetize it. Let's think about this. Because the DK throws that in position and Cranky can actually hit both. And then DK can do something to try to reach a bit further. So the idea is you pick this one up. Possibly after Peach pops it first. Let's pop it first. Unless you can reach one of the other ones. No, that's out of line of sight. Okay, in that case... Although she can try to track this one with the Banshee, and it'll do some damage. And keep it at bay. Let's pump it like this. DK, what you want to do is you want to throw over here. And the idea is that Cranky can then hopefully shoot them both. I don't know how these will stack together, though. That might not be very useful. Because it might actually go a little too far for us here. But what we can do is, yeah, because I think this will actually get knocked down a little too low. And we'll have line of sight issues. Let's go over here. Try to toss this way. Maybe it'll land beside if we're lucky. We don't exactly know where it's going to go. Because it'll hit cover, but then, yeah, that one goes a little too far. But then DK's banana attack can actually hit both. Okay, that solves that problem, because then Cranky hit something else then. He does not have line of sight to anything, really. Yeah, he can hit that one. Okay, then DK should actually go for banana attack then. And that will, in fact, work. And then you can put them both on Overwatch to try to catch movement on this side. And Cranky, however, is first. Going boom over here, and if you put him on Deadeye now, then he would get an additional attack on this one when it moves. But that's not a great idea because he doesn't have line of sight. So we'll pop this one first. Does DK have line of sight? Not really. Okay, let's do this. And then we'll pull it back 2 tiles like that. And then we'll put them both in Overwatch to try to snipe the other one, maybe. He's not really within range for it, though. Neither of them are. So yeah, I think it would be a little bit wasteful this turn. We need to just run ahead and catch next turn, but we'll eventually want to make good use of that. So let's go to pass the turn. This one's going to run for it, which means we'll need to intercept and pull him back. We have to pull back on both sides, actually, because, yeah, their AI priority seems to be to run, not to and try to attack back, so. Now, with those two bunched up together like that, we can probably do something interesting. Particularly, we can get some good pipe movement going here. Yeah, because what we can do is we can, for example, try to... Well, you can't pick that up, but if he... Let's see if we can do something with the pipes to extend his travel range. Not really. But if he goes over here, then he can go here, and then, yeah, then he can block... dump one of the other enemies and then do a big area attack over here. Okay, that'll work. The thing is, though, I want him in a position such that Cranky is able to proceed as well, because Cranky can't go through that. But what we can do is have Cranky Grump jump over here, then DK gets to throw on this guy. And then if we go over here, then we might get a really clear line shot down this way. Let's go like that. We'll get hit. Oh, freeze attack is going to be a problem here. Means that he doesn't have the Overwatch. That's fine. We'll see what we can do. DK is going to grab. He's going to go move. Move. Over here. And then do a toss. And then we'll bunch everybody up for his attack subsequently. Like if we do this, then we pop this guy. Then we don't even need to magnetize necessarily. And we'll just try to take out this end as quickly as we can, and then Cranky might be able to get a decent shot in as well. Yeah, that's undercover, but then not once DK's done with them. He's going to just smash everything. And I think he should actually be put on Hairy Eye first, because if the one that's further away runs towards him, then he can get a shot down, which at point blank, and then the shot will also chain because it's banana, so presumably. So let's put Hairy Eye on him first. Hairy Eye might even work in conjunction with Magnetize, but I think I'd rather go for the smash first. Do we get anything here? Okay, well, he's going to do a bunch of friendly fire. That's fine. That'll take care of his allies for me. And then, because DK still got his shot available, this shot can actually do a bit of a pull here. And that way you delay him for a bit as well. Oh, unfortunately it runs him that way. That's not good, because he's actually way too close. So I know, except it pulls him over. Okay. Now we need to... First of all, yeah, you can just drag over bananas. I didn't even know that in the previous session. So what are we dealing with here? 19 damage. Let's see what Peach can do in terms of her run effect. You do a bit of a knockdown there. So their AI is to run, so that's fine, because it means that we can just go over here and perhaps she'll just shoot this one if she's within range. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll do that. We might put a shield up on her just in case. But the priority needs to be to pull this one back. She's going to be massively exposed over here, but... also, we might be able to extend her run range a little bit by doing the pipe entry instead. Yeah, there we go. And in this position, then she has some cover from shots that are coming in from the other side. So let's do that. And then Undersea Banshee over here will detonate immediately, but we don't want the area effect yet, perhaps. We just need to pull him. And inking him might be useful, so yeah, we'll just pull this one back. Oh, he's actually going to stick. Okay, that works too. And I don't know if we want to use the shield this turn, but it's a 2-turn cooldown, so maybe it'll still be useful. In case she does get hit. Because we don't know with these guys with their AI whether they only ever run towards the exit. They kind of do, actually. That's... yeah, they don't even stop to attack. They're just trying to get their smuggling job done. Which means the honey effect is especially critical here. Okay, put him on Overwatch now. Yeah, it does mean that we'll run over everybody here. And we'll take her over to this area. This Overwatch effect is probably going to activate at some point if it's within range, but we'll put her over here and then we'll shoot the other guy. That would seem to make most sense. Yeah, we'll just pop him now. Okay. The thing about DK here is that... yeah, that's going to have some issues. I think we might just have to deal with him getting hit. Now, depends on whose special we actually want to use here. Cranky. Yeah, because this guy's going to... what? He does a... he did a freeze effect, right? Or... I don't know. Let's see. Because Cranky can take care of this one himself. He'll get hit briefly. But if he's over here, then we can get an Overwatch effect on him too when there's a pipe exit later on, so. But the idea is that he's going to cleanse DK like this. Hit. And then the shot will just take care of it. Assuming that we want to do that. Not necessarily yet. We want to see... DK can get a lot of pipe movement down this side. And just come over here immediately. And probably yank both of these in with magnet and just stop them. And... I don't know if this effect will just come bounce. It's just damage, that's fine. If it's just doing damage, then DK can pull in from that point. Let's do that. Oh, except is his stomp attack still on cooldown? I didn't even think about that. The banana attack might still get something done. Yeah, his stomp is still on cooldown, unfortunately. I didn't consider it. It's okay. What will happen is we will definitely pop this guy. Yeah, so a slight misplay there. But we... well, yeah, whoever is hit by this is going to pull in. But if we magnetize now, we'd be able to chain that together and hit both. And the burn effect might do something. So I said we actually do it, in spite of the fact that we don't have a stomp available just yet. Oh, I should have put him on the... put Cranky on the Overwatch, I suppose. But that's okay, we'll do this. They're going to try to smash him, though, for sure. How much damage are we talking about? Not that much. So it's actually not going to be too bad. It's just there's going to be that bounce effect on them. And neither of them will burn. Okay, that'll actually work. I feel like we might be off in terms of the power for the turn timer, though, but we'll put Cranky on Stink Eye. Hopefully we still get the perfect... it looks like we're probably taking a turn too long, if I had to guess, but we'll pass the turn and see what happens. Whoa. Okay, good. He doesn't go into the pipe, because if he did go into the pipe, that would lose. And that would be very unfortunate. So I think we just get Peach to pop him right away. Yeah, good thing he didn't enter the pipe there. Because that would have been a massive miscalculation. Did we get to perfect? Let's see. I felt like it was slow. But we did it on the last possible turn. Okay. That's fine. That's cutting it a bit close. Which tells me that maybe we need to work on our damage output a bit. But I guess, you know, you're rewarded for focusing on the objective. And we could have done better on that score for sure. All right. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we haven't really had much in the way of the optional collectibles so far in this zone. I also saw in the washing machine a teleporter earlier that there are just 4 battles listed in this zone, which is fewer than the last chapter, but I guess there will be some kind of puzzle interaction to wrap around that side. The arrow looks like it's what takes you further forward, so we just need to complete this area here, and then yeah, this looks like it's something optional. So we have something up there with the switches. We'll do that next. Let's take a look at this first and see, because maybe all the switching mechanisms are over there instead, or... Well, here, I'm sure... Oh, yeah, we just need to open up both of these, so that's simple. Alright, so let's think about this, because what we should do is... This one back here. This one here on top of it. And then this one pushed to the end. This one here, here, here. Okay, I see it. I totally didn't illustrate that in a coherent fashion for the purposes of this stream, but we'll demonstrate what it was I was visualizing. And yeah, pretty simple. We spent enough time on Baba Is You that just, you know, good old vanilla Sokoban without any complex logical statements seems pretty elementary in comparison. Okay, speaking of which, we just hit most of these in sequence. Yeah, because, you know, this will lower, but then you'll have to raise it again afterwards, as expected. That's interesting. Okay. But then you want green over on that side, so... Oh, I see. Yellow opens this one. Okay, so we'll do that. And then, once you create an alternate passage here, then that means we're able to raise red. Or rather, since we created an alternate passage here, we're able to lower yellow. Then we just head over here to raise blue. And then we need green and red, and that's fine, but we need to kind of double tap yellow first. Oh, except that blocks it off. Okay, I didn't think about that. Which means you need red first, then we tap yellow. Because then the idea is that we can invert green, and then that is done. Okay, so that was this side. We did the one on this side. Let's go back to proceed then. Because I think that was all that was there. Then we have another... Oh, puzzle piece and banana area over here. Let's see where this pipe goes first. Not where I want, right? Well, if we go back here, then that'll proceed. So we just go back here instead of following the signpost to the next battle. And then how do we reach that other one? Let's see. We don't know where the pipe connects yet. Probably something I missed. Let's go back here and see whatever it was I didn't touch. To hit that pipe. Oh, yeah, I see where it's tucked in. Yeah, they're all linear, so it's not too hard to pick out. Okay, now to find our way forward once again. And then we'll get into Battle Space 3. Oh, I totally forgot to actually plug in our points. That's the thing. We've amassed a couple of extra points that I haven't used yet, but I guess, you know, we'll just inadvertently spend them on some of the 3-point abilities after we get this done. Yeah, because we haven't actually been powering up the characters between battles, as I should be doing. This is the buckler that we were promised. So yeah, he shields from up front, so we have to flank him. Collectors brought into Big Brothers, the bucklers. Big, bad, and shielded. And to flank bucklers so your attack aren't blocked by that shielded areas. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, I am in the battle preparation screen still able to plug in. Also, you are able to change weapons between fights, and in fact, we can, you know, build our weapons to more appropriately suit this situation here, perhaps. But let's do a skill tree first. Again, we've saved up 2 points. We can always save up 3 for something additional if there's anything applicable. Like the groove cooldown, for instance. Magnet groove becomes so groovy. Yeah, I guess maybe that would allow you to pull over boundaries, perhaps. We're not really sure. Let me just take a look at my options here, so we know what's available. And yeah, heal can get pretty big there. 1 point over here, 1 point over here. I like the idea of the consecutive dash. I mean, there have been a few situations where that could have been useful. But I also like the idea of the team jump range. Let's take a look. We'll also consider saving for the 3rd point with some of them, in case, if there is a 3rd point upgrade that is immediately available. Some of them. We haven't used the sleep effect at all. But that's because we've been prioritizing a lot of damage output. Let me just see if there's something that we want the 2 points on. Dash damage isn't too bad either. I haven't been using his dash effect very much because we usually just jump on DK right away. But the grump jump damage, we've been using this so heavily, I think it makes quite a lot of sense to take it here. Yeah, we'll take this right away. As for these two, giving her the additional movement might not be too bad. That usually just gets her in a position, though, since she doesn't have a landing effect. Yeah, the heal range was actually only 6 cells. I don't know why we completely misread that. But what we can do is we can put the extra dash on her now. We might have considered saving for the damage, but... And maybe I should save the other points for something else. The heal is becoming a little bit more critical with the damage output that's coming in, so quite possibly we'll put the range on this as well. It gives me a little bit more flexibility with positioning. As for DK's effect over here, yeah, 20 and 20 is pretty infinitesimal when it comes to the enemy-to-enemy throw. I find that we don't usually throw at very long range because we are trying to pull everybody in close. But the movement, as always, is sometimes pretty critical, so... I think what we'll do is we'll try to... you see, with the buckler, I don't actually know if you can flank as such with the shield if they're being pulled over. But the Harry Eye obviously aligns quite well with the roof range. I actually think that maybe we should save the 3rd point for the groove cooldown, because the positional benefit to that could be pretty substantial. So we actually won't build a point on him this turn. Now, as far as the weapon selection goes, let's first of all take a look at the tacticam to see who we're dealing with. Yeah, bucklers, collectors, ziggies. So yeah, we have an existing ziggy effect. We could keep something like that. But yeah, this is going to be a collector map essentially. So, and with quite a few of them to deal with, we have to catch 3 collectors and pick up the parts. So let's build accordingly. So what have I got right now? We've got the ziggy bonus. We should keep the other ziggy bonus and just build straight up like this then. And we already upgraded a secondary. Now, what do we have on Peach? We should upgrade her primary on collectors then. Okay, this is pretty straightforward. We put collectors on her. We put the Ziggy's bonus on DK. We keep the same effects that we were running before because that keeps things nice and simple. And then right now we already have a buckler effect on it, right? Yeah, okay. Going Ziggy's again for this one might be a little bit excessive, but the ink damage could be a substantial effect. So, yeah, let's just upgrade everything up at here. Yeah. I mean, we could also save for the next zone, I guess, but we'll go with this. Yeah, because I don't want to fall behind pace when it comes to damage output. We'll go with the collector bonus here. Let Peach get a couple of snipes in. And we'll go with... Well, what effect do we have on him currently? We have Vamp against bucklers. Let's diversify a little bit. Okay. That's enough party configuration. Let's see what we can do in terms of the actual flanking. Yeah, so DK can climb. He's going to have a good amount of movement available. He can also use the bounce blocks. But we want some kind of very clear flanking motion. Now, the dandelions all point across this axis. And let's see, what else do they do here? They have a boom shot. It has a honey effect. And it's a 30% damage reduction on the shield. Okay, so... definitely we can just try to find some way to dip around him. And it was cranky with the buckler effect, so you can kind of get a drop on a DK somewhere around here. Let's take a look at their movement. So Cranky, if he gets the pipe entry, then he can get anywhere on these. And then if he gets a jump, then he might be able to flank. So DK should actually get up to one of these spots. And then maybe stay behind cover, but we'll see. Peach able to reach the pipe? Yes, she is. So she can do something very similar with a dash attack as well initially, in fact. It's just a single dash. That's a part. Here, her range is a little bit better going over to this side, which might be what we prefer instead. The goal should be to try to snipe the collectors, though, which means... But then we do want to take out all of this high ground coverage, for sure. We got the one part there, the one part there, and... yeah, well, it might make sense. She's crossing over on this side. Cross over here, and... let's see what she can actually reach. So she can't reach this one. But she can maybe get over here and then set up for some kind of shot on this side. And put her behind cover this way. Unless, of course, DK does a big magnetize and then Peach does a run. To just run all of them together, which I think is actually a lot better. Because you can combine them together. That way. Because basically DK can do some kind of throw. And then magnetize over here, and then Peach can continue from that point on. Now DK, if he does that, is going to blow up all the cover. So we need to be careful with that. Let's see. Oh, that throw doesn't get nearly where I want either. With the bounce block. However, if I can hit this guy with one of the throws, I'd like to do it. It's not nearly within range, though. Doesn't touch at all. That kind of does, but... But then I don't know if his magnetize will reach this one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. No, it's not going to reach. But... That's okay. We just want to pull the whole set together. So we could maybe do something else with that. Might not even use the throw this time around. Probably just get over here and magnetize then. But let's check Cranky's range again so I know where Cranky's jumping. Because, yeah, Cranky can do a bit of a central jump, say, over here. And maybe reach. I don't know if he will. It's hard to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Difficult. I don't think we can combo it in quite the way that I'm envisioning. But we can get him in close. So, but you can go over here. DK can magnetize from this point. Blow up all of the cover. And then... Okay, let's do it. Let's get over here. I don't think we really even need to do any kind of pickup, but... Maybe we can do some kind of interesting throw. No, we can't. Then we'll just park here. And then magnetize. And then, can I actually reach... that might be a little too far for Peach to reach, actually. Maybe I put that a little too far in. Maybe I misplayed that then. Yeah, that's too far to reach. Ah, too bad. What about on this side? I was hoping to hit all three. You can still hit reasonably with that. Because Peach can still get a shot on the last one, that's the thing. And yeah, just put her here. Just try to take out the entire top rung. I was hoping to hit all three. But Donkey Kong's Curtain Call can do that as the primary. Like hit, hang on, this guy is the primary. And the chain is going to take out the other ones. And that way you don't blow up cover with something like the Stomp. And that's actually going to take out all three. Great. So Peach doesn't even need to hit anything, but she can launch. And doing a launch might be able to chase down a collector, depending. And in fact, maybe you can do some kind of detonation using Cranky. Let's take a look at Cranky's effect first. Because at this point, he's going to jump. And then he can flank like this. That'll be nice. Because he'll get a very clear shot at this one here with the bonus effect that he has. So let's do that. Yeah, he's going to get the Deadeye effect right here. And he might even blow up cover on the other one. Now, if I have another way to blow up cover quickly on that, we should do it, but... And of course, you know, we might finally actually use the sleep effect for once, just to lock down the collector, perhaps. And it actually locks down both collectors, so I like that idea. But we want to then shoot first, so we don't wake anything up from sleep with damage. And if we're going to do that, then we definitely want to do whatever we want with Peach ahead of time. It would make sense, yeah, if we're going to put one of them to sleep, then we launch the Banshee now against one of them. Because then it's actually given some time to reach. So we'll do that. And that way we know that that's going to survive. So for the first time in this game, we're actually going to use the sleep effect. Maybe that'll work. Did that even work? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I guess they're all under the effect this turn. And this symbol just says that it's targeted by the bot, so... And I think then we're okay for this turn. And we have one collector trying to run, but that's okay. We'll take him out soon enough. And this guy getting over here is fine, honestly. Like, oh, except he's going to try to wake everybody up. Okay. Or rather, he's going to shield everybody with that shield effect. And yeah, that's going to wake up and run. That's okay. Well, I feel like this is going to be relatively clear. So yeah, this guy's doing the shield buff effect on everybody else, so we need Cranky to get behind him and flank and then blow everyone up. Probably from this position, because then he can hit all of them with the area attack. Let's read what the effect is first, though. Yeah, he's got the portable cover. So we just need to hopefully interrupt that. And DK still got his area attack going this time around, which means that you can even position him sort of in the middle here. Bounce with Cranky, hit this guy, blow everybody else up. Let's make sure we don't want any... well, let's see what kind of movement effect we want off Peach first. Because she'll probably try to snipe the other collector. If she can. And clearly not that way. I don't think she'll really get within range to deal with it this turn. Which means that she should probably get over here and try to pick off more collectors when she's able to do so. Which then means that she should probably get in close over here, maybe. And try to snipe something. Yeah, because that'll be a better position to work with. Okay. Yeah. So that's got a damage reduction on it. That's fine. We'll just move DK pretty much directly in the middle here. It's not quite as far as I wanted, though. Can we get some better movement out of him somehow? Yeah, because I was hoping to get DK within range of this guy here. What we can do is a bit of a throw. Maybe, but we want Cranky to get a jump. But Cranky can get a jump off of Peach, right? If he gets a jump off of Peach, then he can still do something rather smashing. And kill one. I want to hit both, though. This will be just barely within range. Either position here is a little bit exposed, but we want to be here because then he's essentially behind cover for this other fellow here. It's okay because even if he doesn't outright kill this first one, or we could just do a throw, actually. Just throw that in position and then Cranky can get a jump into position. And then Cranky can actually jump into a better spot when he's not jumping off Peach, when he's running and jumping off DK instead. So DK can come down here. Or, alternatively, DK can come over here. And how much movement did he get off of that? Not quite enough to reach this guy, but the banana attack might be able to do enough. I kind of like that idea better. Because then what happens is you toss and then try to do a banana chain. And Cranky will jump off Peach as per the original plan. Except that's not going to hit because of line of sight. Okay. That's too bad. Didn't think that would block that heavily. That's... put him on Overwatch. Oh, too bad. Totally misplayed that in. Alright, in that case, let's get Cranky. Try to break up some cover here. Yeah, no, I didn't think about how cover would be obstructed in that direction. That did not go well. But if we punch it over here, we might be able to break cover and then shoot this guy from point blank. Let's... Or if we go over here... No, we do want to try to hit both. Let's try to do that. Doesn't quite break cover, though. Now, Peach doesn't hit anything. Yeah, we have cover issues, essentially, this entire turn. Where we're obstructing ourselves a little too much. We can do this. Oh, that did not a great amount. We'll put Stink Eye on him for sure, I think. And then... Yeah, nothing's going to hit this turn, unfortunately. Everything was obstructed. Yeah, just poor positioning. That's too bad, because we basically wasted a turn. Without having the attack available. And then we'll put him on Overwatch as well. Yeah, too bad. We got struck by so much cover that just didn't work out. And it's going to chain off of this guy instead, which means that the banana won't be within range to deal with everybody else. I feel like we're doing this one way too slowly to get to perfect, but... Okay, that's fine. Because then we can snipe the other ones. We should focus on the objective on this turn here. Unfortunately, Cranky is so far out of range of everybody here. We don't actually care about bucklers too much. So we need to prioritize decollectors instead. Oh, wait a minute. There's actually multiple kinds of range indicators for the different abilities. I actually didn't realize that in the Tacticam. So you can check the range on everything. Not just movement. Okay. We should have thought about that beforehand. Still relearning this interface effectively. Now, the thing about DK, though, is that he is able to get in here and hopefully get one magnetized range. No, magnetized is on cooldown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I need some more movement abilities on him to try to get across then. Because we're just way out of position. No. Okay, let's see what we can do with Rabbid Peach then. Because definitely she can just pop this guy and she's got the bonus on the collectors. She might even get a high ground effect against him if we play this well. And that's not in range. None of this is in range. Yeah, they're just so far out. But she can probably snipe from here. With at least the 1G. Now, the thing about Cranky is that he doesn't need to move. He can just do Deadeye Dino from this point. Would have been nice to get him in closer for the purpose of... Oh, actually, maybe DK can do it. Let's see. Let me jump. Pick him up. Oh, we can't jump back to the same spot. Okay, so... That would not actually help then. It would do the cleanse, but he's not getting the attack. Let's reconsider that. DK can just hit directly and kill both right now. And then he still has movement point available, which... Maybe that can help. And then that would mean Cranky kind of burns the turn a bit. So we should think about whether DK can do something a little more effective. Like, for example... doing a throw over here to try to snipe something. Sniping this guy. Which would actually help. But he can do that on the movement turn, separate from the attack turn. So Cranky will just be useless this turn, I think. We'll just have to deal with it. Okay, so DK is going to smash. Then he'll use his movement turn to grab a cover block, come over here, and then snipe this guy. That's one part down. And then Peach can get over here and snipe the other one. And so, to really guarantee this properly, we're going to take that one out. And we'll just have to burn another turn to chase the remaining one, unfortunately. I feel like we're a turn under par. It really feels like that. But we'll put a shield on her in case there's an attack that comes in, but these guys are probably just going to run. Yeah, Cranky unfortunately can't do anything, so we'll do a skip. We got locked down a bit excessively. That's okay, he's got all three, that just means that we need to pop him and pick up all three, so... Cranky will need to go pipe over here, and then we'll just come back here and snipe him. Yeah. We do need to pick up the remaining parts, right? So... we need to think about our movement here. Whether, for example, I can get in pipe, extend our movement. Yeah, no, we can't. That's too bad. Yeah, our movement has not really been the cleanest because it means that we'll be totally behind by a turn, I think. We're just much too slow this time around. I feel like we're a turn under par, for sure. We should have actually sniped with someone else so we could get Cranky within range to move towards everything, but... Let's try to... Yeah, we can't even chain her movement. She's so far out of position. Let's see if I can get in any closer with DK in terms of his movement range. Like, jump. No, can't. I was trying to maybe go jump and then chain the jump somehow. No. Don't have a good way of doing it. We should definitely toss this guy way out of position though, just to get him away. Also, yeah, Cranky's already taken a shot, so... Because the idea should be that Peach can come around and shoot from this position. So we want DK to come over here and throw, so we can get a bit of a head start on the enemy. And I kind of stand here so we're ready for next turn. And totally expose this guy in the open, so we a clear shot as Peach. Let's actually rethink this so we can figure out where Peach's line of sight is going to be. It'll be over here, maybe behind cover, and then just somewhere in the middle here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll just make sure she will have that line of sight. And toss over here. Can DK actually hit from this range? He can. Which is good, because then... Sure, we'll do that. Take him out immediately. Yeah, I totally expect that we'll be a turn behind. But it's too bad, because we had such a perfect record so far. The first try and everything. But let's pass. Oh, we did have the reinforcements up here. I didn't see them. It doesn't mean that we're, again, a little bit exposed, but that's okay. As long as we do the collection this forthcoming turn, we're fine. And we'll just win immediately. And then see what the timer is telling us. Just get Cranky to finish everything up here. Can't play Overwatch, we don't care. Are we on par? Let's see. Yes, we are. 5 out of 6 turns. Okay, great. I was a bit concerned about that, given how much chasing down we needed to do. But still okay. All right, next. Let's see how many puzzle segments we have here. What are they trying to retrieve from this bottle anyway? Frantically trying to intercept that message. Imagine their disappointment when they find out it's just pizza coupons. I think they would enjoy pizza coupons. Apart from the distinct lack of any pizza delivery services in the vicinity. Okay, let's pick up. And then this will be some kind of rainbow colored gate puzzle. With a couple of gates on the side. Another closed gate. But hey, look at this ornate choral organ. Makes me want to tickle the old ivories. By pushing this button, the piano will play automatically. Cool, but what would be the use of that? Well, obviously it's some kind of melody gate, and I bet there's a separate harder condition for it too. So here, it's telling you something about getting to the golden barrel. which will no doubt open up after the optional objective is complete. This looks like you can probably activate it to play the target melody or something. And then, oh, did we get something that we could look at here? It's the gate. Okay. Well, let's figure out what the pitches are first, and then we probably just need to match. Let's just see what the pitches are and listen to them. Oh, okay. Interesting that it's Mixolydian scale instead. With the flatted 7th. Oh, it's just a concentration game, I guess. Well, let's do the next one. Let's keep going. Oh, it's the Donkey Kong Country theme. Or rather, it's the original Donkey Kong theme. Bum, 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 bum. And then it probably finished bum, 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 except it doesn't go that high. Yeah, it goes off organ for the pitch that is above the available octave. Secret banana button. So which melody will the secret banana button give us? One more time, just to be clear. Yeah, this is the secret room music from Donkey Kong Country. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-dum. Okay. Pretty simple once you can make out what you're going for. Alright, this might be another one of those timed button pushing challenges. Where you complete the beam. And get the special weapon. I think we just push the buttons in sequence to see what happens. I doubt it's anything more involved than that. Oh, okay. But we only push the ones that we actually want to push. Wait, hang on. Then how does that go? Oh, I see, because then you had to come back to the bottom and continue. Okay, we're going to miss the timer this time because I didn't understand what it was. Yeah, because then we lower this gate. Yeah, and we just need to read it quickly. 11 seconds, and we have to push the cart, escort it down, and escort it up. And then, yeah, we're going to miss the timer, but we essentially know how to do it at this point. Yeah, we were just one interaction behind. That's okay. We'll do it. Same thing that happened with the last bonus room as well, where we were just a little bit slow on the uptake. If we hadn't burnt those 10 seconds at the start, we would have made it quite easily. Then we just lower this and then push the other part over here onto yellow, and then I think we can continue here just fine. We reach the tape, or whatever special weapon this is. Mid-boss hot sauce. It's a ground pound. Okay, we'll take it. Let's see what we got. Let's not forget to plug in another power as well. So, mid-boss hot sauce is over here. This is, yeah, with the damage buff as well as the bounce chance. These are expensive for something so situational, given that they don't give you that additional damage you need. But, you know, in order to make the turn timer, maybe it is a good idea to take it. Bit expensive. I don't know if we want to put Peach back on the lower damage as well, just for the boss buff. Probably not, I think. In case we need to. Well, I mean, she's not going to take out collectors, though, for this round, so maybe we should actually swap that back. It's her mid-boss weapon. But anyway, before we get into the next fight, we will do something about the skill tree as well. Because didn't I say I'd take some kind of 3-pointer on DK? Maybe. Yeah, we haven't really done many collectibles here at all. But then it looks like this will be another collectible puzzle. We haven't found very many puzzle pieces. We might have to comb the map pretty carefully. Okay, so this segment here, we want to land a block on this, don't we? Looks like it. This switch is movable here. If you land it on top of this, then you can go up to reach it, but you do need to push it into position on one of the ramps first, and then lower these in some sequence. Also, oh no, this just raises it. Yeah, okay, that's fine, because that means that we can just push this immediately, right? You push immediately, then it swaps. Okay. We just need to know what happens when you do that. And then, does this just swap both? It does, okay. Alright, in that case, let's map out what sequence we need to get one of these blocks to land here. You would need to move it around so it bumps into one of these corners, then you bump it back. Which means we're going to move red first. And then we move this back, and then we lower the other one. And then, having done that, we push over here, and we give it a push over here. Now, then, what we do is we do the same with the other one. Since we now have access to this whenever we toggle red, so that's going to be hopefully pretty simple. Because then what happens, we just push this, and push this. Oh, that's only one platform. So where's the other switch? Oh, because it's this corner. Yeah, okay. I didn't see that one. That we need to deal with simultaneously. Okay, so that changes things slightly. In fact, this obstructs me quite a bit. Except we can now move this one all the way to the end after we toggle yellow. So we want to toggle one yellow first. And we just move the other one away. We didn't even need to hit the red there. Okay, that's pretty simple. Music scales, yep. Nothing else over here, I don't think. So let's continue exploring. Get ever closer to the boss area. We won't enter the gate yet until we've done a bit of reconfiguration, of course. There are bucklers in this one, it looks like, so we will want the buckler bonus. The collector bonus might not be that useful, but we'll see. Also, we can get into the fight first to change our spec accordingly. So, yeah, I think maybe we don't downgrade Peach's secondary. However, it's a pretty situational effect over here, so maybe it makes sense to do it. Just to get the boss buff. We'll consider it once we get into the fight. I think, first of all, we want to look at some skills. Donkey Kong has 3 points. I was going to use it for something important. The groove cooldown, I think it was. And then... yeah, we still don't exactly know what this entails in terms of maybe pulling enemies over boundaries, I'm not sure, but we're going to take the groove cooldown as intended. As far as Peach goes, I don't know if pipe movement is actually going to be that relevant to us in this map, but... and Zach Devine coming in with a party of 4. Welcome.
Splish.
Hope Mario Maker went well for you today, and welcome as well, Levodnus, and thank you for the follow. We do Maker pretty often on the stream. We've been on a break from it this week to do a bit of DK cramming before the rather major Donkey Kong release in a few weeks' time. We might give him pipe exit as well. But let's see here. We might actually start giving a bonus on the Overwatch because damage output is maybe becoming a little bit of a problem. Let's get into the fight first, and then we'll map it out on the tactics screen. So yeah, we're about to hit the World 2 or Part 2 mini-boss here. Yeah, DK was DLC content for the original game. And so I did play the original campaign back in 2017 when it released. I hadn't gone back to the game since, but I went back for the Donkey Kong expansion, which is a standalone expansion that has its own separate progression from the main story. And this is on Switch 2, and one thing that people pointed out to me was that there actually was a performance improvement on Switch 2 right out of the box without any patches in this game. Yeah, they're simple. You know, they are very much an intro tactics game, but then you can challenge yourself to get a perfect score on the first try, which is what I've been doing. Because you need to keep everybody alive and do the objective within a certain number of turns. And the first time through the fight, you don't know how many turns that is. And there is some post-game challenge content as well in the main game, and as we've seen already, that there are post-game challenge levels that are unlockable after you hit the end of the story in the expansion as well. Okay, so we have to remember that I have to put on the additional points in the spec tree. Yeah, so these games are very much about just really swift movement. You know, you just run around and flank everywhere and enter pipes and just dash around the enemy. Okay, so here he is, all the way back here, the shark. Immune to reaction shots while moving. Yeah, that seems to be standard for bosses. 70 range and a hammer, and on the shark rage, So I guess if he's hit, then he tries to run 6 tiles towards you and hits you in return, presumably. So yeah, and of course the bucklers are going to give him some kind of defensive effect, so we do want to push them out of the way. When is Mario entering the shooter genre? Doesn't Super Mario Sunshine technically count? Even if it is a water cannon? Alright, let's get over here. Yeah, so we want Cranky to flank these guys because then he's got a bonus. So he'll probably get to jump on DK and then jump over here, flank, and then blow him away from maybe this end here, depending on our position. Also, we do have pipe exit being potentially good here, so let's just finish up with this bit here first. And yeah, we might actually want to start putting some health on them at some point. I've been going relatively risky with that. There's no high ground to speak of on this map, really, so we aren't going to fuss about that too much, but I think we will give her the pipe exit range. Movement options matter quite a bit here, just to get everybody behind cover. And yeah, the reaction shot won't matter for the boss, nor will the sleep effect, presumably. So we'll probably put movement on him as well. I like the weapon range on him, actually. I think we'll go with that, because his base range is a little bit low. And, of course, he's got the massive shotgun blast, so... yeah, we'll keep the current weapon on Peach. Let's just fight. Okay. So yeah, these guys are hoppers. We actually don't have any bonuses remaining on hoppers, but let's see. Is Peach within dash range of anything? Yeah, she is. She can dash into this guy and then come back here and maybe pop this one. It would have been nice to give her some additional movement there, but it's okay. We'll just peel him briefly. She can also do a pipe entry here. So yeah, so when she dashes into enemies, then she can get a little bit of damage done. And then maybe flank over here. I'm just figuring out who we want her to shoot. Definitely she'll get the dash at first. This guy, he can actually dash and then go back to DK. And then get a hop that'll slam over here, because then you can really knock this guy down quickly. This is slightly out of range. He's probably going to blow up the cover. That's the only issue there. But if he's out of range of some of the other enemies, then maybe that's okay. But then, yeah, basically we want to smash him up. We want to flank behind him, though, to get around the shield. And then get DK to come in to finish up, I guess. The other thing we can do is if DK can get within the magnetized range, we can pull some of them together to get a better angle on all of them. DK can also toss one of the initial blocks to maybe try to bounce one of them out of position. So, for example, this guy here, he can kind of bounce it, and then Peach can run into him and finish. But it would be better to get him into a position where he can actually shoot something. So, you pick up, get behind cover here, perhaps. Then, is he within... oh, I can't test that. Banana range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And yeah, I wish I could actually see his stats here. Hang on, let me check. Movement, banana ring. Let's see, 1, 2, oh, gotta count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So maybe he is within the range. Getting here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And he can always magnetize if necessary. But yeah, he'll probably get here, throw from this position, tap this, and then Peach can get over there and finish that one. Okay, yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do the cranky jumping first, perhaps. We can dash. DK's still in position. We jump. Then we jump over here to get behind cover on this end, at least. Okay, I feel like we're actually in decent shape here. Because DK can also get a shot to finish that one off. So, next thing we'll do then is we're going to... Actually, we don't even need DK to finish this guy off. I think we'll just be able to kill outright. But if that's the case, let's get him to pick up. In that case, let's count tiles again. 1. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, maybe he can hit from here. Definitely bounce this guy out of the way and push him out of cover if we can. So, yeah, DK can pick up on this. Get over here. Then push this guy back here. And we try to bully him out of cover. From that point, then what we can do is we can peach dash and then get over here, and we actually have still a pretty clear shot on the other guy. Even from here, in fact. And she's really safe. Still a long ways from actually approaching that boss. So she'll take that one out. Cranky can just take this one out straight up. And which means DK's still got lots of flexibility in terms of what he wants to do. In fact, yeah, that's not going to hit because the boomerang weapon is very much obstructed. But Cranky can just hit this one immediately. And in that way, that's one less shield to deal with. Peach will obviously just hit this guy. And then DK has nothing to hit, but he can... Let's see, is it realistic that anyone will get within his Overwatch range this turn? I don't really think it is, but then there's some pipe movement that's possible. Perhaps the boss actually has a huge movement range. But I can't zoom out any further. Let's see what it will be. Because if the boss tries to get in close, then maybe the Overwatch effect will be fine. But I feel like we don't want to burn it until things come in a bit closer. Because of the 3-turn cooldown. So we will actually just hold position for a moment. Because you can combo it with... Well, you can't combo it with Magnet Group because they're on the same movement point, but there are definitely other things you can do with it. So let's pass. And let's take a look at this movement here. Maybe he would have gotten within DK's range here, depending on whether he can take the pipes. Yeah, it actually is pretty close. Wow, that hits hard. And it reveals cover too, which is a potential issue. It's okay. He's also got an Overwatch effect. He's got a shield effect. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need to heal up on Cranky. And also just cleanse him as well. So Cranky's going to go back here. He's going to try to tap this one. We will probably just have to leave this one be. But definitely we need to get him within healing range of some sort. So since there's some kind of Overwatch effect on this... Yeah, it's going to be a 70 damage shot. We will need to I don't know how to interrupt those necessarily, but to kind of break him out of the Overwatch effect, I don't know if we can actually do that. Feels like there must be a way, because you can't just soak it every time it happens. But you can also put up the... Well, we can't put up the shield on Peach because we do need her to put up the heal this turn. But potentially what you can do... with DK... Can you actually pick up the boss? He can't. That would be a bit heavy, perhaps. You can pull it in with the magnet, though. No. What we want to do is... We definitely want to pick up Cranky just to cleanse him and then toss him out here. And then DK can get within position here to try to hit. Now, then Peach can come in and do some kind of double heal on the whole party. And then Cranky can get behind and shoot this guy. I think that's probably the approach. So, we will grab him. And then get over here. And then do a toss. And then Cranky can actually hit from here. Without necessarily... well, let's think about this. So, DK is here, then he tosses back. Cranky can flank this guy, pop a shield. Then we need to think about what Peach is in range of doing. Because she would still need to get within healing range at some point to just kind of group up with the party. Ideally, she can get in here. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, yeah, we'll just toss Cranky back and then Peach will. 3, 4, 5, 6-ish. Yeah, maybe Cranky is just here behind the push block or... Yeah, Peach can't move first because she'll be shot, but she can also heal up from the shot, so maybe it's not too bad. I would say DK definitely has to go first. And then he gets in position for ground pounding after Cranky gets the flank. And if he's getting in position for ground pounding, then he has 3 tiles. One... But then he can magnetize into that. Like, 1, 2, 3. Ideally he's here, and then Cranky should be maybe here, so he can get the flank shot without hitting DK. And... yeah, okay. So, pick up. And then cover here. And then toss here. So... the 100% marker is from DK's perspective, not from Cranky's perspective, because he should go here. Then he fires a shot, and hopefully DK doesn't get caught in the diagonal. Let's do it this way. And then Peach comes in to get the heal. I think she's within range. Ooh, yikes. And DK's not going to get the primary, but then Cranky can... Oh. Oh, he wasn't able to get the pickup then. Come on. That's not good. Oh, he got taken out because of the range. Okay, no, that's unfortunate. We lost a perfect on this then, unfortunately. Now this is going to be a much harder fight. Yeah, no, I didn't realize that he had this area attack that actually prevented me from picking up Cranky. We needed to bounce the boss out of the way first. Because, yeah, that blew up the whole turn then. Blew up the entire idea. Because if he's KO'd, I actually don't have a revive on him. We just lose the perfect on it straight up. So we might actually have to restart this one. For the first time at this game. We can try to muddle through it, but I think we'll probably just have to restart straight up. You know, you can't lose a party member in a third of your damage in the first turn. But in the spirit of permadeath, perhaps we'll try to muddle through it. Yeah, because the heal definitely doesn't work on a KO. As far as I understand it. So... We may actually just restart now, you know, Fire Emblem style, just keep the party up. I don't remember what I did in the original game. I think in the original game I actually did perfect everything first try, except for one boss phase somewhere, I think. Near the end. But yeah, I just didn't think about this mechanic here, where the swipe would actually hit all the way across when DK tries to pick up. So that went really badly. I mean, we can still try to muddle through it, but I don't think so. Well, we might as well... Yeah, we might as well restart, I think. Too bad. That's the first reset we've had to do at all. But... Okay. Also, if I restart, does it keep my existing setup? Let's see. We definitely should have had DK on the Overwatch on the first turn. I think we're going to do something very similar on the first turn. It's too bad. I never like feeling like I'm safe coming or something, but we should take a look here. So yeah, everybody's been filled. Good. Okay. Well, I like that this game is actually putting up a bit of a fight, because definitely we found the original to be much too breezy. I think we're going to do something almost identical, actually. I still like the sequence that we had. It's just that we miscalculated what to do with that because we didn't think about that mechanic. So I think we're still going to have essentially the same turn to snipe this one early. Because I still like the idea that we had for the entirety of the first turn. Where we get in here, grump jump, and then just try to pop them really quickly. Yeah, I fundamentally still think that this was a good play. We just didn't understand the boss mechanic on the second move. Okay. Same idea here. Yeah, we'll just do the exact same play, pretty much. I mean, there's going to be a little bit of an RNG element in terms of the damage, but I think none of our plays that we made here were actually RNG dependent. We were doing enough damage no matter what. So, dash over here. I'll bring her back over here. And we will pop this guy now. And Cranky will get the other one. And then Cranky here. Yeah, we'll put them both on the Overwatch. Maybe that makes sense. And see what the boss mechanic is going to be. Yeah, we should have made sure that we... Well, yeah, no, the issue was that it was the kind of Overwatch effect on the hammer from the boss that did that swipe as soon as we got in close. So we just shouldn't get in close. We should heal from a distance this time and heal preemptively to be careful if we get into a similar situation. But in that case, DK is definitely going to do this. And then we'll put Cranky on it as well. So both of them just kind of camp the boss this way. We also didn't understand the movement range last time because we didn't have enough vision on the map, basically, so let's pass. Oh, except, yeah, because he's going to rise like that, actually... Oh, I forgot that the boss is immune to that. Like, he's actually completely immune to the Overwatch effect, so that was useless. But we will be able to catch this one. Wow. Well, what a combo on that. He's just gonna die again, then. He's just gonna die again. He's absolutely gonna... Yeah, no. Yeah, we're putting him way too far up front then. Yeah, because we just didn't understand the boss mechanic here. Maybe we should reset this again then. Because, yeah, this time, of course, we didn't think of the bounce effect. He's just getting him way too close, but we don't understand how bad movement ranges is on him, and we should actually check. Look, we need to draw the boss in and not have him snipe in the first turn, so maybe this is not really a viable play. Because that went even worse just because of the bounce effect. And the bounce effect in conjunction with the boss's Overwatch effect and hammer, just letting him essentially get 2 attacks down and cranky this time around. So we're going to do something different this time then. It's too bad because I really like the sort of very quick snipe on this guy. But we don't necessarily need that. Because from this flanking position here, you know, we had a spare attack on DK that wasn't even being used. So we can still kind of come over here. Well, we need to think about this boss movement because we just can't really even see it. He's got 38 cells of movement, so, you know, he can basically go anywhere on the map. He can pretty much teleport anywhere on the map. I don't think we can do much about it. He's going to hit something. So we should actually work on disabling everything else if we can. Yeah, 38 cells of movement. Wow. Let's count this one. Can I see the grid somehow? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, he's going to cover the whole map, basically. Like, we really can't do anything about that. Which means we have to lock down everything else instead. And so maybe we don't go for that snipe then. At least not immediately. It's too bad because this looks so clearly like the play we should be making. Where we can take out both flanks. But we'll need to do that next turn then. Okay, I still think, though, that potentially we can have some kind of magnetize effect, perhaps, to bring everybody in. The other thing we can do, too, is kind of camp with Cranky and then magnetize with DK to pull something into range. But then I think what we have to do is we need to snipe that side. So DK, what he can do is he can... Whoops. Let's think about this. We also, yeah, maybe we're a bit unwise in going so low on the HP pool, but I still think we should do a similar play on this side to take this guy out immediately. It's just that we need to do something else afterwards to maybe camp back here. Cranky to snipe this one. Yeah, because we need to think about that. The other thing that we could do is we could do some kind of big throw movement with DK himself, or maybe do an enemy throw. Actually, yeah, we can do an enemy throw. That's potentially a lot better because we can move him out of position. Won't quite have the same thing as the push effect, but it would do some damage. And it would potentially... So Peach could still chain her movements. Let's think about that, actually. I'm liking that option. That we can... Because the thing we can do with this is we can draw him way back. and also a flank this way. So we pop him back here. Maybe throw in this position. Now we don't know what his facing direction is going to be like after that. But then what we can do is really take all those guys out and then stay together as a group. I actually like that idea. Yeah, because then he's... Well, he's not quite facing the way I want, but... Then can we get enough of a jump off of Cranky to hit... We actually can't quite hit both, I can. We can. And he's not in cover, but... Which is dangerous. But we'll still potentially be able to get some movement off of him here. And he can also potentially use the sleep effect. If things are still alive. Yeah, and look at that, because he's able to pop both of these in a line. And then Peach can finish them off. Because Peach would be able to come over here and hit afterwards, I think. Currently 0% on the other one, but then if Cranky gets this shot... What about this one? This hits a lot harder because of his effect. Let's do that instead. So we're going to get the same kind of kills as before. Actually, yeah, he's just going to take those out. Okay, that's good. Because then he's way out of range of all this other stuff over here, which means that if he's out of range of a lot of the other enemies, then we don't have so many issues with the boss coming in, because then the boss can't combo into anybody else. Now, because of the boss making big wide swipe, we actually want to stay spread out, I think. And possibly because he can go anywhere, we want to put up the Peach shield. Just in case. We want Peach to have cover on the other side as well. And how about this guy's movement? Yeah, he can go pretty far, so... Maybe if Peach is in this position here, or... We need to take a look at the enemy's attack range again, because... Movement, villain sight, octo hammer. Yeah, so he's got this kind of range on a hammer, so he has a 2 tile radius. 2 in a corner. And that's for the villain sight as well. So we need to make sure that we don't have anybody packed with each other within 2 squares, I guess. And because of the melee attack, I think cover is just not going to matter. Which means that we should prioritize cover versus this one. And just stay spread out. Like this. And we'll put up her shield for sure, I think. And then probably send... Oh, you know what? Actually, it's a good idea to send Banshee because she might even be able to reach. Let's take a look. Yeah, the target's way out of range. Let me take a look at how many tiles off we are. On that. So on the sentry... She's actually just slightly out of range, which is a bit unfortunate. Because you can target it this turn and really flush this guy out, perhaps. But I think we should just not mess with him because of the combo potential between enemies. So we'll move her over to this spot to get covered, and we'll put up the shield. I think that's play. And actually that is within sentry range for that enemy, so we should do it. Because it'll send through the pipe. I forgot that it does send through the pipe. So we'll do that. And if it's an additional target that gets swiped by the boss, that's fine too. We really don't care. So we will put up a shield, and then let's see what will happen now. Again, no need for the Overwatch, I think, just because things are not going to get within range. Let's take a look at the movement range on this guy in case we forgot to account for the pipe entries. Yeah. Okay. Then we'll just keep our powder dry on the rest of this. And go for the enemy turn. So yeah, if we think about this guy, you know, having 38 tiles, I think that's basically infinite range across the map. I really don't manage it any different. Yeah, he gets within range of that, that's great. Then he gets angered, and he runs a few tiles, and then he's immune to that effect. Okay. That's fine. So they're bunched up like that, that's fine. We will shoot somehow. Again, we need to be careful with the fact that the shark is going to run towards an attacker within 6 tiles. But I think this is a moment when if we can get DK close enough from the tile exit range, then he can magnetize and pull back perhaps. That's not quite how I wanted this one to go, but we can get over here and maybe do a bounce effect. Let's see this carefully first though, because ideally what we can do is we can also get behind here and flank. Except this guy's... no, he doesn't have his glowing effect for his counter attack yet. Maybe we don't want to take too many chances with that though. Because if Cranky gets in here, then he can flank this one. Also, Peach can do her run to try to hit them both. And then maybe get behind cover after that. At some point, this guy's going to be a problem over here too, so we need to be careful. Let's read this. So, Villain Sight, but he doesn't have it activated right now, so... But we obviously don't want to bunch everything too close. But if we get Cranky over here, then he does his shot. Let's try it. This is going to be a little bit risky, but... Yeah, because if he does his shot, then definitely this will activate and chase him. But not if we pull him out first. So what do we jump? We'll jump back here. This is a very risky play, but... what we want to do is knock down the defense. Yeah, because Peach do a knockdown like this. And then here, she's actually still got a 100% shot on the boss from this position, which means that she can pull it. I think she should definitely do that. Yeah, because now Cranky will definitely get the kill. That's if he fires on target, though. Can we change targets? No. Yeah, he's actually not going to hit both with the cone. He's actually standing a little too close. But we can take down a shield this way, and then... that'll work. Peach should get a shot here, because then he's going to run a certain number of tiles, right? So, 1... let's take a look at this. Villain Sight, Octohammer, movement... No, it doesn't show you the Shark Rage range. Shark Rage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... they might be able to target through here, but then she'll just get a heal, I think. So, I think Peach definitely takes the shot. Just to pull him out. So, does he run 6 tiles? He does, and then... Ooh, that's actually a harder hit than I thought it would be. We should have put somebody on... no, because the Overwatch effect doesn't apply to these two. Okay, never mind. But what we can do is we can try to... Harry Eye up on DK, and then hit, and then he'll get 2 shots. No, Harry Eye isn't going to... Yeah, there's no reaction shot effect. I really can't forget that. And then he's still got movement available after that, right? So... what we can do is then get him to heal up with Peach, potentially. Or even have some kind of movement as here that allows him to take out this guy from afar. We probably don't want to mess with that guy at all, though, until we get in much, much closer. And again, mid-boss hot sauce is something that could pull as well. We can pull like this, and if he pulls, then he can get the mid-boss attack and bounce. But I think we actually want to save it up for the next turn. Let's just hit now. It'll track him over. Oh, I didn't think about how it would chain to Peach. That was not maybe the best idea here. Okay, then can Peach heal? She would need to, I think. DK still has an effect, so DK can actually... I don't think he can pick this guy up, but he can still move out of the way. And he can also pick up Peach and move her out of the way. That's the thing, is she can heal first, and then he can move her to a different position just to spread things out again. And that might actually be wiser. So we'll get the heal on Peach first. Tile range here. I think we should do it even though we don't need that much healing yet. But the idea is that we try to spread out a bit. DK is going to come over here. Get behind cover on this side. And then, again, everybody's going to be reachable, but we just don't want them to be in the same swipe range. This might actually still be too close. What we can do is we can go over here and toss back here, maybe. It's still... because you've got a 2-tile range here, 2-tile range here. Okay, that should be sufficient. And then you have DKB kind of forward-facing up there. So we'll run like that and just spread out. Now, at this point, I think we should do the Overwatch because I feel like the other enemy might close in. And let's see what Cranky's range is on that as well. Cranky's range is really quite good, so... let's see, is there anyone else in the map right now? It's just the one ad. I mean, there will be more reinforcements later, I'm sure, but we'll then be able to focus down the boss. So we'll put Stink Eye on him. And we'll put Harry on him, and then we'll hopefully just be able to take out the other fellow on the side. Yeah, understandably, he's going to get whacked. We expected that. No, he's going to run. Yeah, so one reaction shot is going to take down the shield, which is necessary. And that's fine. In fact, the collision effect there is also going to just reduce him a little further. That's fine. He's really close to the pipe exit, so we can just take him out that way. Other thing is, too, that DK will have the hot sauce effect to bounce this guy away. And then Peach can kind of drone up behind that afterwards. Let's see. I bet Cranky can actually just take out the other one here, if he can. He can do a dash effect, and then the bomb might do it. Now, we need to be careful with this guy. Who's this? Buckler. Okay. Well, DK wouldn't pick up range for that. He is, which means that after he does the initial attack, he can do a pickup on this one and try to slam this over here, and then if he moves over there, then Cranky's got some options as well for how to follow up. Because everybody's within a pretty healthy pipe range. Peach is within pipe range as well. We could alternatively just say we can burn down the boss, but I doubt it'll happen this turn. Let's just smack him first. Got a crit, good. Yeah, he's gonna come in and swipe, but that's okay. We should have expected it. It gives us a little more movement, in fact, so I'm not even sure we mind. Now the thing is, if Peach hits with the drone, does he run after Peach? Do I want to find out on hard way or not? Because Cranky might even... Yeah, we might even just try to bring him down this turn. I don't know if we can get enough damage to do it, but... we should think about this, because if Cranky does movement like this, get a knockdown. Does that do any kind of knockdown? Yeah, it does a little bit. Get over here. Then get within reach here. And then bomb him out. The main issue with that, of course, is that he's going to run towards Cranky afterwards. Now, but then he can kind of do a diagonal shot and flank from over here. But I think we want to use the bomb barrel instead, which means we should maybe stay under cover on this side. I think we can do it. I haven't actually worked out the calculation here. This is a bit of a risky play because we're kind of going all in on this. And also, I'm within range of hitting DK, which the friendly fire. However, that's what this attack did, 70 damage. Let's try to just take this out with Peach first, and then we could even reposition him a little bit. Going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And maybe here, do we still have enough of a reach? Yeah, because then maybe can't quite reach Peach anyway. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He might do a bit of a swipe though and hit everybody. That's the risk here. Maybe we pull towards the corner. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, like here. Or pull him just as far as we can to this corner, and then Cranky can try to hit from there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Towards this corner, she can still hit. Yeah, because this attack will do more. It does blow up Cranky a little bit though, so I'm a bit wary of that. But I think if we do that much damage, then it won't matter. Because Cranky can just hit with a second shot. So let's just do that, just to minimize some of the friendly fire effects. So he's going to charge. Yikes. And then we just try to finish him off. And we'll actually just finish in 3 turns. So yeah, much cleaner once we realized that we should just stay out of range of all the ads. Too bad we had the 2 resets on this one, which we just never had to do in this game before, but we will get the perfect, I'm sure. Either thing's going to hit Peach, so let's just hit. Here we go. Okay, great. Reef Chief. Great. So, new weapons available. And yeah, we get the bonus off the boss as well when it comes to the available runes. So let's keep going. Okay, so we're only at 8 out of 20 in the puzzle pieces. I was kind of expecting to be through about 10 or so at this point, but it might not be evenly distributed world. Not that we explored very thoroughly. So Yeah, let's just proceed to whatever's next. I feel like we missed puzzle pieces, but we'll deal with it. Yeah, it looks like we're on pace for 4 worlds, I think. Right, because this takes you back to the double keys that are in the hub area early on. So I would assume that you have, a third bonus room that gives Cranky his anti-boss weapon. And then you have maybe a Worlds 3 and 4. But we don't really know, by the way. So yeah, if we're here, this is, again, just sort of in this hub area that we've been to before. Just orienting myself here so we know where to continue when necessary. Because I definitely got quite lost before. Now, let's take a look at our weapon set just so we know what we're dealing with. Because we will have 1,000 each, which means we're a little bit short of 3 full upgrades. Oh, look at this Squawks design here. This is kind of nice. Enemies are about to learn a serious lesson courtesy of the School of Hard Squawks. And there will be summoners in the next world. Looks a bit. And then this is another anti-summon weapon. And then let's see if there's anything else new to look at here. Uppers and smashers as usual. Hunting, I think, goes well with smashers just because you can freeze them before their counter effect. Yeah, so we'll only be able to pick up 2 upgrades here, so we'll definitely need to be a little bit picky. But I find that I haven't been using the barrel attack that much, but you do have this big increase in range as well. Now, on DK secondary, do we get an additional point of range on these ones? We do, actually. It's a 4-cell ground pound, which might even be a little excessive for our needs, but I've been getting a lot more mileage out of the ground pound than out of the banana, for sure. And thank you so much, Chris Moneyslayer, for the resub. Much appreciated. Okay, let's see. Oh, and also our spec points. Let's just see what we can afford. And whether we should save for any 3-pointers for that. Yeah, the banana range hasn't really been that consequential because, it's usually a lot of the cover blocking that we need to work around. I feel like continuing to improve the groove might not be too bad, but we didn't actually wind up using it at all in the last turn. So we should actually just get movement going here, I would think. Although we're starting to use the enemy throw damage quite a bit more as well. With Peach, at some point we need to actually clean up their health, I think, but yeah, because then the weapon range bonus might be pretty good, especially when we're dealing with effects with enemies trying to run back towards us as a counter. That might be a little more critical. And, of course, having more movement is always really beneficial. And Cranky, we'll see. We haven't been using any of his effects here that much, to be honest. But with a lower cooldown on the Overwatch effect, maybe that's a bit more effective. I think we've been using it much more than Dash, for sure. Or we could save up for the next Grump Jump because we've been using that very, very heavily, and maybe save a point for that. That seems actually like the route I'll go. And yeah, Chris Money Slayer, we've been doing well, and we're glad to have you here, as always. Hope you've been having a good time both here and elsewhere. Okay, so it feels like we've missed a lot of puzzle pieces. Wow, the first battle in the next world is going to come right away. Let's scope it out first, then we'll plug in points and weapons. Let's just scope it out. We'll need something that's kind of anti-summoner in this zone for sure. Anyway, what is Rabbid Kong going to do to us this time? He's going to use his octopus ink to try to stick ink everywhere, I guess. Beat all summoners. Yeah, we were thinking of putting a summoner effect on DK anyway, but it's raining ink-filled coconuts. Why couldn't they be blueberries? And then we have another, enemy here, incorrigible invokers. My readings are correct. Those are summoners. And they have summoning skulls. Summoning skills, rather. They probably have skulls too, but they have summoning skills. And yeah, don't want to deal with the coconut rain, apparently. So yeah, we need to remember to actually plug in our upgrades. Summoners have 130, called arms for one or more enemies. And they have a heal as well, so we need to deal with that. They also have a push grenade on them. So we have 4 summoners. Yeah, so it's just the summoners out of the gate, and then we can't let them get out of control, essentially. So probably what we'll do is, well, before we get into the fight, we want to upgrade. But I wanted to check some ranges, because the idea I had was that we would have DK do a pickup, just to bunch some of them together. And if you bunch some of them together, then you can do some kind of pull, and then try to maybe take out 2 summoners in the first turn if we're able. If we're going to be doing that, let's take a look at what we are holding. Yeah, because one of these we should be taking here. I guess we would no longer get the burn effect. That's the only thing. The bounce effect, unfortunately, doesn't synergize well with what DK is typically trying to do with... I mean, so many of these have a bounce effect, but they don't synergize well with him trying to get everything in ground pound range. This I don't mind too much. We would be immediately replacing the mid-boss upgrade that we just got. But then we might be able to take out quite a lot right away if we do that. I would be concerned that with a 4-tile range we start getting into issues with friendly fire, but yeah, we'll only be able to upgrade 2 weapons. I think probably the... Well, you have additional ricochets here as well, but that's okay. Let's see here. Hoppers, smashers. Just trying to see what our options are here. And who we want to upgrade. Cranky secondary, again, we haven't really been using that much. The buckler effect was really quite good with him making some flank plays, so... We'll, at some point, want somebody to be on collectors. So yeah, I think the current line of thinking that I have here is we get DK to go with this damage on the summoners. Other thing about bucklers is that you can punch essentially through cover, maybe, with that bonus. So maybe, given the kind of range we're dealing with, I just don't want to lose the fire effect necessarily, because putting bounce effect on both of them might not be effective. So yeah, no, we're going to go DK ground pound. We're just going to replace this one immediately, despite like massively overspending on it last time. Whoops. This one, rather. We'll go versus summoners like this. And we'll equip. Then, let's see what we'll do. I feel like Peach would want something like the Sentry. Again, Honey versus Smashers, I like that idea. And we'll just put somebody else on Collectors when we have them become relevant. Doesn't really improve the Sentry in terms of things like the movement range, though. It's just purely the damage. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be that interesting to us here. But yeah, we'll do it. We'll just take this one. Okay, skill tree. Again, for Cranky, we'll save up for Grim Jump. DK. Throw range might not be a bad idea at this point, but I think we'll go for movements. Or Magnet Groove. Magnet Groove, I think. Because we are kind of powering into it anyway. Let's think about this. Yeah, banana range. Well, we'll deal with it. Actually, yeah, the groove is a bit more situational, I guess, but we're going to do movement. Both of them. Cranky's point will save. Peach's point we said something earlier. We will also put our movement. Okay, let's fight finally. Okay, so what we'll do. I was thinking of doing one pickup here. And then, if we can get enough movement, we'll try to snipe 2 summoners at a time. But we definitely want to get that guy off high ground. And then, over here, we would be able to throw. Now, the thing is, though, I don't know if the magnet will be able to pull them off the cliff. It should be able to. It should be able to go like high ground to low ground, I would think. But we want to be within range of Cranky getting a jump. So DK should get over here and be within Cranky's range. Let me spot what that was again. Cranky's movement range goes all the way up to this corner. That's the maximum. See if DK can get enough for a throw. I should have maybe improved his throw range instead then. This doesn't quite do it, but potentially... Well, let's see. Does Cranky have any other movement options to speak of here? What we could do is Cranky can come up here first and hit this guy. And at least get a little bit of initial damage done before anything else happens. So that's fine, because then he'll at least get a bit of an initial hit. And then DK can still do some kind of pull after that. Yeah. And we should pop that just in case we can do something with it. Now, the other thing we can consider is whether DK can get up here. Let's see, because Peach has a bit of a longer movement range. She can get up to this point, which means that she can jump up there after DK does the throw. So, for example, you can do the throw from this point. You would definitely be able to hit within range. You get a bit of a bounce effect, but then Peach can come up here and follow up. But the idea is that we want to find some way to take out 2 summoners. So we'll try to snipe this guy first. Takes him down by quite a bit, which is good. Then what we'll do is we'll pick up. Can we hit from here? Not really. Can we hit from here? Yes. I think we'd better do that. Maybe even get over here. Like, you're going to be a little exposed either way, but... So, what about this location? This hits. Okay. Then hopefully we get Peach within range for the jump. A bit of a bounce there, but that's okay. Now, the thing about Peach is that she would be able to blow them up with the range on the sentry, I think. if she jumps up here, then the sentry might be able to do a little bit of killing. The other thing that can happen is DK can pull with the magnet. Let's see if we can do it. He's within range of one of them. That's fine, because it means that if Peach only takes out one of them, DK can pull the other one. So, what she's going to do is jump. She's going to prioritize hitting this one over here. Now, where will she go then? Here might be a little safer, because then maybe she can blow them both up and then get a... Oh, the issue with that is that if she has honey effect on a sentry, then DK is actually unable to pull this. I have to remember that. But isn't... Yeah, okay. Is that honey or ink? It's honey. So maybe we actually want DK to pull first. That's maybe going to get within range of Cranky's Overwatch attack. If DK really pulls right up to this point here. So you know what? We're going to put Stink Eye up. Just to see if this works. And DK is going to pull it now. Now, does it get in close enough? Not really. But this will be very close to a kill. It would be by probability, basically. If it gets sort of into the upper 70% or so of his attack numbers, then this will be a kill. Great. And Peach snipes the other one. And that'll be nice and easy. And we just contain the incoming damage as well as we can. But you can get behind cover on this side. Maybe it's better to get behind cover on this side just to not deal with too much from these two summoners here. But we'll think about it. This is only kind of half cover, so let's go full cover here. And then just snipe. Okay. We don't know if summons attack right on a turn that to come up. They might, given how everything else in the game works, but maybe we'll save the shield for when we actually know what we're dealing with. And we will pass the turn. Oh, we totally forgot about the coconut effect too. I didn't even watch the ground for that. That's rather important. So yeah, that's the summoning radar, I guess. So they start summoning, but I guess nothing actually comes up right away this turn yet. Called arms for one or more enemies, yeah. So let's see what we can do in terms of movement. Cranky's pretty far off from doing anything. But we'll need to spend this turn getting him into position, essentially. But DK can go pretty far over. Maybe. If we can get within range of letting Peach jump off of DK. Like on this side. Getting a jump and then trying to poke back here, then that might have some potential. I don't think Cranky's within range of any kind of pipe though, so he's way off. But yeah, the idea would be that DK is going to go over here. Might even be able to do a cover pickup, except he can't really hit anything with that. But he can get in a position maybe here, and then Peach can jump up on a high ground, and then we prepare to really rush down this side. In theory. Let's see if there's anything else we can do movement-wise. The DK doesn't necessarily need to go to the pipe if there's a better way to do this. For example, if he jumps immediately, no, we have no pipe within reach, but if he jumps immediately, then he kind of gets relatively into this position anyway, and then from that point, Cranky might be able to get a little bit further. We won't really be able to hit this guy, though. But then you'd be able to leapfrog Cranky much further that way, like if he goes off of this block, jumps ahead a little bit, then Peach can still get some movement ahead of him. Otherwise, Cranky's really going to be lagging by a turn, but on the other hand, if you get this movement here, yeah, then Peach will jump off maybe from that corner. Let's just take a look. Like off of this corner. And we'll just have to get her in position for whatever's coming from the summon. And counter it that way. And then Cranky will just need to run normally. It depends on where the summons come from, like whether they drop all over the place or if they well, don't. Also, if DK can get within magnet range, maybe we can pull one of these down. Except he just used his magnet last turn, so never mind. Okay, in that case, I'm going to take him over here, and we will go over this corner idea. So we won't be able to shoot anything this turn, really, but we can put him on Overwatch, maybe, just in case. Yeah, we got no line of sight whatsoever, but we can put her behind cover over here. And so we get that high ground up immediately. So we can't hit a single thing, but we will run Cranky over here, and then how much movement does he have anyway? Let's see. Yeah. Well, good thing we upgraded that. Let's see, because 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we should keep him behind cover, but it does raise the question of whether he'll be able to reach. Okay, after that, let's get over here. I wish there were a bigger zoom for counting tiles in this game, but DK is going to be on Overwatch just in case something summons on the lower level. I kind of doubt it, but we'll see what we can do. So yeah, we basically got nothing done this turn. But let's pass. So yeah, being hyper efficient on the first turn with those first two summoners didn't actually wind up mattering. So what's he going to bring in? Just one? What a shield though. He's going to roll all the way over here and jump back onto high ground, and wow, what a big series of hops. But we're going to break the shield with the Overwatch. Great. Okay. What a splash. Now, what's this guy going to bring in? Yeah, because they can do jump attacks and land. They do essentially the same kind of grump jump effect that Cranky has. That's okay. They're not doing anything with vamp attack at the moment, so. And we can knock down the shield using Peach's run. We'd better heal up first, though, I would think. Okay, so Cranky, first of all, yeah, as I feared, was actually out of range. But we can get over here and snipe. We can also have the sleep effect. If we get him into a good position. We can also eventually reposition DK so Cranky can get the jumps that he needs. Because we can, for example... well, let's see what we can do with Peach Dash first. Definitely we want Peach to finish around this area so she can just pop this guy at close range. DK is able to run, grab the shield and break it. I think Peach, though, if she runs this way, she's actually able to hit all three like that. And then we'll just get her at point blank over here and see what we can do from that point. Kind of like that idea because then she can do the shield break. Is she able to get the kill though? Not really. If she blows herself up a little bit, then that might have some potential. Otherwise, we'll need to maybe get some kind of row attack against them, which we can do. It's just that I want Cranky to have some movement as well. And not really getting that right now, but he should actually just be able to snipe this guy with a single shot, and then that's fine, because then that means that with DK instead, what we can do is extend his movement range this way. Pop these guys over here and then do a ground pound on this side. We will have a lot more to deal with over here. Well, just a summoner actually, so it's not even that bad. Because then what he can do is just get over here with the enemy throw and then ground pound immediately on this side. Maybe even get an edge bounce here. Like with this. Out of bounds, and where does he come back? Here, okay. Yeah, kind of behind cover. That was unfortunate. But he can just kill both this way. Too bad about Peach, but then she can heal herself. Cranky, on the other hand, is going to get over here and just snipe this one. Wait, how come... Okay, that still hits. This isn't doing as much damage as I thought it would from his initial position. It's too bad. I miscalculated. But then, if necessary, he'll just do the sleep effect. Yeah, I did miscalculate that. Huh, okay. Oh, that's fine. We'll just do the sleep effect on 2 points. Look at that. Unfortunate. But Peach actually still has an attack available, which means she can blow this one up for 2 points with the drone. She can also put up a shield, but no, I think she'll just heal out of this one. So DK's totally going to blow her up, but we'll deal with it. I think in case Peach gets hit by the bounce effect, we better use her attack first. And yeah, we will need to hit this thing here. Yeah, too bad we need to spend this attack on 2 points, but what do we need to do to just keep things under control? So DK is going to hit, and then Peach is going to heal herself. Did I do a critical hit in my own Peach? Is she still up in... Yeah, 7 points. Okay, yeah. That was way too risky. I didn't think that she would also get hit by the critical effect, so that's fine. We'll put up half her HP that way. Whoops. Maybe a bit unfortunate there. That's okay. She's still alive. And at no point did I even think about the ink coconut effect on the ground. MKW Joseph, welcome. Okay, at this point, yeah, he's just going to pop to summon. We can probably just snipe him down this turn, depending on my movement. See, because the DK is actually just able to cross over in a pipe. This will all be fine then. Because we might even just be able to run into this guy right away and snipe him with both characters. With the kind of exit movement we've got, it's much easier to go pipe to pipe as well. Cranky is going to be completely out of position, and I don't think it even matters. Because DK can just get in there and finish. We could get the enemy throw, that's better, but we can also just throw this block at him. Or can we? No. Okay, we can't actually land on him. Let's see if we can land something else on him. What else can he pick up? You can pick up cover, but apparently you can't throw that like you can with the other blocks. Which I did not know. Like, for example, if you take this... Oh, no, because you have to land at a certain spot first, and then you throw... Okay, yeah. And then you can just chip him down like this. And we'll just be able to win this turn easily, so... And in fact, DK's attack has his added effect. Now, we don't want to send us burning yet. We just want to get a standard shot down so we can pop him, and that will be it. Yeah, that was a little bit risky. We nearly blew up Peach there with DK's ground pound, but apart from that, that was pretty clean. And the summoners take a longer time to bring in the summon than I expected. That they have that one additional turn where they signal that they're about to pull someone in. And so that really wasn't too bad, all things considered. We should probably upgrade those health pools eventually, though. We will put that 3-pointer on Cranky first, though. Let's continue. Yeah, I feel like I missed a ton of puzzle pieces, but we'll continue on the map first and see what happens. There's a puzzle piece, but we would need to get around to that side first, however that's going to happen. And observe what other comical cutscenes are happening here with Rabbids. Yeah, that's alright. We don't mind them being vacuumed up. Okay, so we have more block pushing to do around here, and we'll eventually get into that. I will also lower some of the appropriate colors. Yeah, because that's going to lower red, and then... Let's see what happens here first. Because we'll need to drop another block down here. That to continue. Yellow is going to activate something. This block here, well, that's pretty simple then. Because then we just push. And then, eventually, we'll need to get up there. After a puzzle piece. So, right, we would need to activate yellow again to get through the banana pattern pipe. Also, it looks like we'll want to raise this to the next location. Well, we'll see how it works. Yeah, we can walk around it and push. And then that allows us to pop yellow on this side. Then we get over here for blue. And that will be treasure. Okay. Next. We're about to hit the flag. Let's take a look at the skill tree here. We can do this in battle as well, of course, but I'm likely to forget, so. And it's another shot attempt at a stink eye. That's interesting. I didn't even see that there's a bit of a double tap on the Overwatch effect. We're probably not making nearly enough use out of that. What was the three-pointer I was looking at? The weapon range bonus? Or, no, grump jump. We wanted that. Then... yeah, I feel like with Peach in particular, we should probably get the health pool running a little bit, since she's taking a little too much punishment at this point. Actually, Cranky's the one who's the real glass cannon here, but we need to keep Peach alive for heals, so we'll consider that in just a moment. What else do we have, though? We already have range maxed out. We might want to stack another points. Yeah, I found high ground just to be too situational, particularly with DK's attacks not really being a good match for that, so... throw range might be a good idea, though. Given how much throwing we've been doing. We'll take it. Are we taking anything on Peach? Let's see. The added shield. Yeah, I think as we were saying, we should give her some health. Because even with friendly fire, it's getting a little bit dangerous. Okay. Oh, we can also afford more weapons now. Totally didn't think about that. For weapons, though, let's see who's actually spawning in this fight first. We can get 2 more weapon upgrades. And, yeah, Joseph, you're saying you bought the Switch 2 and did the 50cc Grand Prix in Mario Kart World. Hope you've been enjoying that so far. And yeah, we haven't done 50s in ages. Ever since, you know, Mario Kart started just giving you full credit for trophies and lower cups when you do the fast ones. I've always just skipped to 150. But yeah, you've got a sort of broader range of viable vehicles, I guess, at some of the other classes like 50 and 100. I guess in Mario Kart 8 you would start queuing into 100 at first when you do the multiplayer, and then you would gradually work your way up to 150 in Mirror as you work up the lobbies. I actually don't know what that's like yet in Mario Kart World, because we have only been doing Knockout Tour online. I haven't done the standard races at all. So let's take a look at the Tacticam, and let's remember to upgrade weapons once we have spotted what's over here. This is going to be a collector mission, collectors and bucklers, so we should stay on a collector effect, especially with 5 collectors on the board. I think we had seen something with Cranky that would help with that, so let's take a look here. Because we were looking at some kind of anti-collector weapon, right? Might have been that one, because when we can snipe at long range, it doesn't mean we would lose the effect against bucklers, though. But do we have someone else on bucklers this time? Well, we can upgrade DK's standard attack to have burn with bucklers. I think that's what we were kind of looking at anyway. We know that Cranky is likely to get the secondary for the anti-boss weapon anyway, if it's anything like the previous 2 worlds where we filled in the ones for Peach and DK. So we should put him on primary against collectors. And we should put DK on the buckler weapon instead. Let's see what Peach's selections are. What do we not upgrade on her? Hoppers and Smashers. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, I love how a couple of the different weapon designs are modeled after the animal companions. This one after Espresso, the ostrich. Alright, let's... yeah, give him the collector boom bow. And then give DK this weapon here. We've been making so little use of his primary, though. We've mostly just been doing the ground pound with him. Okay, did we have anything to fill in here? No, we didn't. So let's take one more look here just to see what we're dealing with. Do we have summoners on the board for this one? No, just collectors. 5 collectors and the bucklers that are going to try to defend them. Lots of fire effects all over the place too, so. Alright, let's play. And yeah, Chris Money Slayer, I'm glad you're enjoying Mario Kart World as well. And yeah, Knockout Tour is just a wonderful format, especially with the kind of course design in Mario Kart World. I kind of imagine that with future updates, they'll probably add more routes. Because there's so much content that's just, you know, naturally available if you just connect the open world in different ways. And Joseph, you're saying that it's harder than you anticipated it to be. It's a bit of an adjustment for sure, in terms of some of the mechanics. I mean, you can still just kind of drive straight through it, because I found in my experience that when it comes to some of the things like the rail grinds and wall jumps, etc., that it's only going to help you if you have a very specific objective in mind for how you're using them. You know, you don't just want to go into them blindly or randomly. You'll only really get a boost out of them if you have a clear idea of what you want to do. And the open world roaming is actually a great place to just work on that, because a lot of the P-switch missions train you on pulling off some of the techniques. Yeah, the wall riding, it takes some adjustment. And again, you really have to have a clear idea of where you want to go with it, or it's just not worth doing, from what I found. Okay, so DK is going to be the one who benefits from going through here to try to flank the buckler. He might even be able to get a throw out of position with it, but he can probably just go here. Maybe even pull this collector down. Do a ground pound from there. I kind of like that idea. I also think that afterwards, one of the other characters can get a jump down in that position, and then so he can take out one collector and one buckler right away, maybe. Let's see about the pipe range on some of these guys. Now, Cranky would be unable to get a jump off of that position now, so we would need to be a bit careful. However, if Peach is coming through here, she has an extended pipe exit range, and she'd be able to get a jump. Also, she'd be able to get over to that pipe. Now, Cranky, let's take a look at his pipe range again. Yeah, so he's a little bit more limited, but he can do an additional snipe on the collector if necessary. Let's see if there's anything to hit on this side. Probably not this turn. I don't think we'll be able to reach that far. But Peach is actually able to potentially get a pipe exit here and really make a run for it. So she can do a whole bunch of dashing. Might not even need to do the jump attack, actually. She can just dash and then hit all three with a dash. Like dash, dash, and then tag a bunch of them together and then really blow them up. And then track some of them with her sentry weapon as well. You know, like maybe get back behind cover and then track one with a sentry. But let's see what we're dealing with DK's attack first then. That's going to be the case. Because, is there anything he wants to pick up and throw? The other thing he can do is he can pick up and throw Cranky. If he throws Cranky, then Cranky can get really far and can help snipe some of this stuff with his collector weapon. I actually like that idea much better. Because then Cranky can still be in position to do the Grump Jump and all that. So if Donkey Kong picks up, and he gets over here, he gets the flank on the buckler on this side. Then Cranky, when you throw him, he still actually gets the Grump Jump effect, which means that he's able to pop this guy. And this would do a bit of friendly fire, though. This doesn't quite reach down below. But yeah, Cranky's able to hit here, then he can get around cover here. And I like that because he'll just flank directly. We'll do that. But we'll do the Peach run first in that case, because then she can get in position. So Peach will do her run first. And then we'll have DK carry Cranky. Actually, if Cranky goes first and Peach is able to dash in and jump off of him and get into a more advantageous position, maybe. I don't know if that would actually help. No, we're just going to do a run with her first. And she's going to be pretty far up front, so we might want to shield her this turn. So, tag. And then tag, and then tag. And then we'll go back here and then launch a sentry from that point. But yeah, absolutely loving Mario Kart World on my end. We spent so long just messing around with the photo mode in the open world. Apart from time trials, kind of finished with the single player for now. At some point, we'll want to clean up 3 stars on Knockout Tour, maybe, but that's a longer term project. We've got a few of them, but some of them would take a lot of retrying, I think. But yeah, in the meantime, I've lately just been doing Knockout Tour and multiplayer, and bagged a couple of wins. The thing that's really nice about Knockout Tour, especially in multiplayer, is how the nature of the race just transforms the further you get. Like, it's, you know, kind of like playing 2 different games almost in the same race, where once the field gets down to, say, about 8 players, and it feels more like traditional Mario Kart, but with very different item balancing in some ways. And then once you get into the Final Four, too, the possibility of getting some of the bigger items in 4th place and having the pack stay pretty close together is pretty exhilarating in its own right. Okay, we said that we would use DK to carry, and we will. We're going to go over here. We're going to land DK over here so he can potentially get a good flank play. We're going to throw Cranky up here to really knock this guy out from cover. Yeah, I've mostly just been doing the sort of obvious mushroom corner cutting in Mario Kart World. I have not, for example, figured out much about feather shortcuts yet in this game. I think we're just going to blow this guy up immediately. And we'll shield up Peach. Cranky's not within range for much at this point, but actually if he puts up the stink eye, then he can catch some runners. Cranky right now... Oh, actually DK is just able to hit both with this thing. But the ground pound... No, this hits like that. Then is Cranky able to get his attack over here. No, that's... But he can hit with the barrel attack. It just hits DK, but that's fine. I don't know that we even care about that. So we're going to hit both with DK like this. We'll hit the buckler with Cranky's barrel, which is going to do some friendly fire, and that's okay. And then we'll put Cranky on Overwatch, and then we'll launch the drone with Peach. I think that's the sequence. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, and then we'll clean up the items afterwards, especially if the collectors run and collect. Cranky's still got movement, actually. Like, he can even go here, knock down. Actually, well, yeah, no, his Grump Jump's not going to do quite enough. But he can knock down and then jump on DK and then do some splashing. But it's better if he jumps on Peach and splashes over her instead, I think. He can even come down immediately and re-enter the pipe. Like if he can knock down like this. Or he should actually fire first and then do the Grump Jump play with Peach. With some of the movement points that he has available. Okay, so in that case, Cranky's going to fire here. And he's going to do some friendly fire. And DK will just have to eat it. And hopefully DK doesn't get hit by the ink effect. Yeah, he's fine. You can take it. He's a big boy. So, what we'll do is we'll do the run with Cranky. To do some damage over here. We'll jump off of Peach. That's actually going to straight up kill that one, which is good. It does mean that Cranky's going to be exposed, though. He's not going to be undercover. And we want to be careful with Peach's attack after that, because if she has the drone going, then it might do a bit of friendly fire. So Peach should actually go first with this attack here. She might even just want to do the shot, actually. If it does 70-ish, 56-ish. We'll see how much Cranky is able to do with that, because if he does a Grump Jump, well, we've got quite a bit. That'll take that down by about 60-ish, and he doesn't have a shot available anymore, though, so... So with Peach, we should get as big an attack as possible. The range is still going to be close to 60-ish, though, so... Maybe it's not too helpful. It's a bigger minimum on it, but... Yeah, we need her to do pretty much maximum damage with the effect. The 60% effect might be better than... Because then we know whether Cranky's able to actually go down and finish. Let's do that, because it's got a higher percentage chance of sticking it with the honey. Okay. Good. It's going to get a crit. That means Cranky can go in and just stomp him. So Cranky's going to run. Jump off of Peach. And then he can kill both. He is going to be exposed. But that's okay. The collectors just run for it anyway, so... We'll just try to keep him back in terms of range and see what we can do. Sniping this much on this first turn is quite nice, because we've basically let 3 parts go. And then he's in a very good position to do the Overwatch here. And then Peach, I think, might not even need to shield this turn. She's a little exposed here. The buckler might come up through the pipe. I actually don't remember if these big guys fit through the pipe. They might, but... Yeah, she might have some shots coming in here. So we should put the shield up on her, and then we'll put Overwatch up on Cranky. And yeah, Chris Money Slayer, you've got to get up in the morning. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very much, and thank you once again for the resub. And yeah, you're saying you like to think you're a good Mario Kart player, but you play so terribly with other people that you are still trying to figure out how to go faster. Yeah. I mean, like with all the previous games, it's mostly about a drift. But, of course, in formats like Knockout Tour, especially in the early segments, the itemization matters quite a bit more. Like, the item pickups are extremely impactful. Okay, so DK... I don't know if it's worth it to put him on Overwatch because nothing is within range of him, so we'll just keep him in position this turn. Actually, yeah, this guy runs so far that... Right, because he's going to come within the collection point. I should have thought about that. That we actually should have sniped him. Yeah, only a tiny bit of chip damage there, not really that significant. We can flank the buckler. I'm not too concerned about that. Now, DK can once again throw somebody into range. He's not really within range of much himself right now. That's the issue. So I won't be able to do too much, but he can do something like throwing Peach up ahead so she can do a whole series of dash attacks if necessary. And if we get DK in a position, then he can also yeah, definitely throw Peach, I think. And then, if he gets in a position, we can get Cranky to get a good jump off him. Or get Cranky to get a good jump off Peach, for that matter. Cranky can go as far as this corner, which means that he can do a bounce off of DK if necessary. He can do a bounce off Peach if she's close to here, but we don't know if she'll wind up there. So, but anyway, the important thing is that he can reach all of that. He can also reach these two pieces. Where's the collector who ran away with everything? Let's take a look here. Yeah, these two have all those pieces. That's fine. We'll be able to do this. Let's pick up. Wait, let me check Cranky once again. Yeah, so he can reach. Let's get over here. Pick up here. Throw. And we'll throw as far as possible, and then Peach is able to run from that point and flank everybody. Yeah, do it that way. And then she can run into everybody and just try to flank here. And just try to go around this way and then just pop this guy if she can. Although I wonder if maybe it's more advantageous to curve back up so she can help with a wider range of choices for a shot. No, because this guy's obstructing the path down, so she can't do that. Let's do the pipe. So she's here. She does get some good visibility on this enemy, who's already chipped down slightly, so it might be more helpful to hit him. Although that's from low ground, so maybe that's not great. Let's see, because Cranky, if he gets a grump jump, well, let's take a look at his range here. Oh, Peach is just a little too far. I should have moved her back one spot. But you can still get pretty far here and hit this partially. Yeah, it's too bad. I moved Peach just a tiny bit too far. Okay, that's fine. We'll go down here and tap and go over here. Yeah, and the dash attack that she has is not mitigated by the shield either, so that's helpful. In which case, Cranky's going to go over here, pick up 2 pieces, jump, and then land here to hit as hard as he can. He might be able to blow up the cover as well, potentially. And he's actually going to be able to just take out the buckler completely, which is great, because then shields down on the other 2. And he actually can get the sleep effect, too, on this remaining one here to lock it down. So now Peach is able to hit. If she gets to crit effect, then that will kill. Otherwise, she can go for this guy, 56 to 70. It's actually a pretty good probability of hitting him. Just depends on what we want to do with Cranky, because he can put that one to sleep if necessary. I actually think, given the circumstances, we want to go for this one. And high probability of taking him out. And the Collector might run up there too, so. Or run down there, I guess. Now, DK, can you get Harry Eye going? I feel like it's going to be way out of range if the Collector's running for it. So maybe not effective this turn. But let's see. We're definitely going to go for the kill on him next turn, though, so we might as well just do the Overwatch now, just in case he runs into range over here, for instance. And we will pass. Yeah, he's totally going to run over there, but just too far over. Now we just need to chase like crazy. And we'll be able to do it. We'll just be able to slap him here without any issues. We'll even be able to toss him back this way so everybody else can hit him. Might even bounce him off the edge here. Maybe even hit the fire effect over here. And then we can get within range for all the other attackers. Yeah. Let's do that. Now remember that we do need to spend a tempo here to actually collect the pieces once we blow them up. I feel like that's something I would very easily forget. Especially if it runs all the way there. That's way out of position. Okay. That's okay, because... yeah, that's a problem, because... oh, he's so far out. That's okay. We'll go down here with Cranky. Cranky can actually collect down here, maybe. And that's out of range too. I didn't think the burn effect would send him that far. That's the issue. Well, what can happen is Peach can go up over here. I wonder if she can get any closer with the pipe entry. Goes out this side, doesn't really do it. Because if she goes over here, she can pop this. And then... I don't know if Cranky will get in close enough to collect once the pieces are scattered, but we'll at least take that out. And then deal with these guys later. Yeah, Cranky has the best movement in this area, so we'll do that. And the thing is that he might be able to collect pieces and then jump off of Peach to land on another piece after that, maybe. I'm not sure if that would actually work as a collection point, but let's see about what his movement range is After the pipe. Anywhere in front here is fine. It means we should get Peach in as close as we can. And just pop that, and then we'll see where the pieces scatter. Way too far. Unbelievably far. Okay. So far out that we can't get any of them. You know what? We'll come out here, though. If I land directly, I wonder if it works as a pickup. We'll have to figure it out. Unbelievably far out. Yeah, he does pick up. Okay. It means that absolutely everybody is massively exposed out of cover, but that's okay. We just need to collect the remaining 2 pieces with the turn that remains, and hopefully we're still on pace for the perfect. Because there's nothing else we can do this turn. We just have to soak whatever damage is incoming. It's okay, we can do it. Yeah, once we grab the pieces, then that's it anyway, so... Really not concerned about this turn. Good thing she was up at full, though. And then might as well knock this guy down for good measure. Just for style. Yeah, 4 turns out of 5, that's going to work out. You can do an immediate retry from the completion screen too if you don't make perfect. That's something that we should keep in mind. I'd never noticed that before. Anything to look at over here? Not really. Okay, this way is forward, so we'll obviously take the other way to see what kind of little miniature puzzle awaits us. Puzzle piece, rather. I'm sure there's some additional activity, perhaps. No, it's just a puzzle piece. That's fine. We'll take it. And then we'll take this path here. Does that just send you back, though? It just sends you back. Okay, never mind. And we have another treasure chest to acquire down there, connected to that pipe. So we'll put a block on the appropriate switch somewhere. Once we find which is to press. Is there a jump down somehow? There is not. Oh, this is one of those where you need to do different segments to light the torches, so it looks like we'll have to proceed forward first. And find some series of switches. And we'll do it without proceeding through the barrel that's marked as continuation. So yeah, we'll eventually send a lot of this down. This switch over here looks like it's going to act as a lift to move some blocks here and there. The green switch is pressed. What's in the middle over here? Ah, yes, this is going to slide over, in fact. So, why don't we just push everything down, and we want to leave all 3 of them down. Does this tip over? Yeah, it does. Is that the only way for them to go down? Yes, it is. In that case, we will want to... I'm thinking of whether there is a way to get all 3 down. I don't think there is, because no matter what, you need to use one of them as a stopping piece. But let me think for a moment to see if that is actually the case. I think that's the case. I don't think you can get more than 2 down. But we'll see. Because maybe there's something I haven't managed to consider. Oh, right, because then you need to use one of them as a constraint here to get the next one down. Yeah, and then you just use one piece for the green. Okay, that's simple enough. And that also lowers the pipe. It continues into the next segment, so we'll pop 4 chests and it'll give us whatever's in the middle. Also, this goes somewhere. This goes over to all those switches. Yeah, because this just continues back to the middle section, so we'll do this first. And see about everything here. Right, because the panels will lower different blocks. So, and then eventually our target is this one here. Which means we need a blue switch first, probably. No, we just need to move this over here. And we have 2 different blocks to work with. Didn't get a very good look at what to do with that bit. That does freeze that completely. Do we don't this here somehow? So let's do this for a moment. And then think about how we'll proceed from here. Actually, let's get over so. Didn't really get a good view of where that even lowered. Let's take a look here. Yeah, because right now we've got the green switch that's pressed. Maybe we need to raise it all the way over here. Actually no, because that's a one-time button by the looks of it. Doesn't affect the green on the other side at all. But this really does not seem to matter any longer. However, we have the chest on the other side of this pipe that I totally failed to see earlier. Good thing we came back here and caught that. And we have a couple of other connecting passages. What's this one here? Oh, that's just a path forward, though. We don't want to take that. Let's see, right, because these blue switches came down, which means we can drop down on this side. And push the red button. Which allows you to grab third chest and the yellow button. Okay, well, this has raised a lot of blocks all over the place. Which is good, because then the sequence from here should be pretty clear. Rotate around here, back here, here, push. Yeah. And then we get up there, and there we are. Mid-boss melody. Having lit all of that up, let's grab this. Look at that. 2 power runes. Okay, great. That's a lot of upgrades to deal with all of a sudden. And then now let's find a barrel for continuing. Yeah, we've got a lot of upgrades to plug in. We've got 1 weapon's worth of upgrades. Also, lots down there at the bottom of that tower, if we eventually wind our way up this pipe. So, obviously, we should do that first. Okay, this segment here, what do we need to raise? We need to make sure that these gates are both down. We also need to push the button in the middle. Okay, that's fine. Let's think about this, though. And then we can toggle blue separately and red separately. So the first objective, so why, if we want these gates to be down, do we want to use green switch? What does that give us? Probably gives us access to the yellow switch somehow. But we don't know that yet. We haven't seen much here. But anyway, first priority should be to get this on top of the green switch. I think we can, yeah, just push this to the end here. Then this allows you to what? I feel like we want to get this block into this position. We can also just move this one here. Because then that allows you to eventually let's think about this. Yeah, get in this position, then obstruct with blue if you can. I was thinking about how to do it. Oh yeah, I see how to do it. Okay. Cycle it over here. Yeah, because then once we obstruct with blue, then we just push this one. After we hit green though, what does that even give me? I haven't seen what that activates apart from just blocking the treasure. There's something that it does activate, we just don't see what. Just have to push this and see, I guess. Oh, yeah, okay, no, it extends this as a bridge. Okay, I thought these were going to rise up. That changes things a little bit, because now we need to hit the Rabbid switch to lower this so we can hit the yellow panel. I understand it now. And then we need something to continue to stand on the green panel while doing so. In which case, the way to do it would be to figure out how to use the red. Red goes here. Push it over here, and then you can just cycle blocks back and forth. Okay, yeah, I see it. Taking care of them both at the same time is a separate issue, though, for sure. Yeah, because once you put up one block, then you can just stop her on this one. But you can basically cycle these over. We'll figure out how to get back on green afterwards, but we should do this first, just to be very clear about it. And this can be pushed over. Once blue is lowered, then this can be pushed out as well. And I want to do this, lower that. Yeah, same idea. We do this, we do this. We raise blue. Oh, except we got it off the rabbit switch. Yeah, no, we need to redo this. Hang on. Messed that up slightly. Yeah, I forgot that we do still need the rabbit switch to be pressed, which means that the other block needs to go first. And that's okay. We can do it. Yeah, because the other block is going to be raised on top of yellow at this point. And then we just reactivate these ones. Or rather, well, hang on. Let's load this first. Then we just cycle this one around. Okay. Next. Let's bounce back. And is this where we continue? Oh, puzzle piece on top of that. Let's see what that's all about. Totally didn't see it. There we go. Yeah, we'll even get some more treasure. Okay, now we'll have the continuation over there. However, what are these done? I think this just sends you back to where we were. Yeah, because we came in through here, we that exit, now we continue here. And then let's remember to plug in upgrades before the next fight. Again, we'll do the weapon upgrade depending on what we're actually facing. And oh, look at this rabbit statue here. This looks important. Like it's a lift that'll take you down or something. I'm sure there'll be one big gate puzzle before the boss as well, if it's anything like the previous worlds. So this is going to be stage 3. Let's first of all take a look at our points. What is skill tree? So yeah, we have 3 points available for everybody right now, right? Yeah. We should take some 3-pointer upgrades while we can then. Given that we've been building towards all the improvements on the groove, maybe we should take that. But let's see. Extra dash, 4 dashes. I like dash damage a lot better though in some ways. The heal cooldown is also potentially very useful. Although we've been using that pretty sparingly. I feel like the most useful thing on her is definitely dash damage. As far as Cranky goes. 2 attempts on a Stink Eye. That might be interesting. He's kind of getting pretty low in health currently, though, so we might want to take that up at least 1 point. Weapon range is not the worst idea either. Yeah, because maybe if we do some additional output on the dash... I would say we definitely buff up 1 point of health, and then... Let's see, though, because we don't always gank up this many points. So we might want to spend on something expensive. Yeah, because the more damage output we can get out of them, the better. In many ways. Dandelion jump is 2 points. This might be good, though. I don't find we've been using the Overwatch that much, but maybe that's because we haven't really been doing too much with it on such a long cooldown. Kind of disincentivizes using it. You take the Dandelion Swing, you get 1 point remaining. And what do we want to do at that point then? Probably save it if that's the case. But yeah, if the Feral Attraction works the way we think it works, then you don't have as many issues with cover. I don't exactly know what it means by that, that's the thing. As close as possible to DK. Yeah, because maybe they have a limited movement range or something when you pull them in. Lower recharge and Stink Eye. I do like the multi-Stink Eye though. It's a big boost in damage output, potentially. You know, given that we haven't really put up much damage on him currently. By 2 shot attempts, yeah, okay, so because it's going to shoot twice, I'm going to take it. It's too interesting. At risk of the low HP, of course. And then maybe to cool down on that. Unless we want the Dandelion jump. Yeah. Lower the cooldown. Okay. And then we have enough cash for 1 additional weapon. Again, we'll take a look at the enemy set in this fight first. We've done the collector fight for this world already, so it's probably not going to be what's relevant. Stop the smugglers. Okay, so here's another chase. Maybe we should have taken a look at this first, and we would have put points at something else like Dandelion movement. Oh, it looks like we have summoners going in too, so there would be a lot trying to stop us. Six smugglers, okay. So let's see, that's quite a lot to deal with. Let's upgrade somebody's weapon. So we've already gotten upgrades for this tier. Most of these. Peach's primary still needs something. We probably want the honey effect, because we don't need the collector effect anymore, and we do want some way to potentially trap. Ziggy's. Yeah, I think we definitely go with the honey effect in Peach on the primary. And let's take a look at what we have here. So, you have them split between two sides. There is critically a pipe connection that goes this way to there, so we should approach on the left first, because that'll be closer to the pipe connection that we need. And then, actually, you need to cover 3 different points. So we need to stop quite a bit here. And we almost certainly need to use the honey effect. If we don't use the honey effect, I don't think we can do it, really. I think that's absolutely critical. Well, definitely feeling like we should have taken a dandelion movement now. Let's take a look here. Let's just fight. Okay, and then we'll see how many different kinds of pipe entrances or whatever we can get into. The other thing, too, is that DK should probably carry somebody, because then, unless he wants to carry honey instead, because let's take a look at this range here. Or he can grab honey over here. Yeah, the idea is that he wants to get over here as soon as he can and do something like, oh, he can actually get over here, all the way over here. But he wants to get other allies into position as quickly as possible. Now, the thing about Peach is that potentially she's able to hit this block. And then Cranky can do something with the Grump jumps over here. But I think DK, like, either he carries honey or he carries Peach. And potentially, if he does some kind of big slap here, then he can just knock out everything at once. If he carries Peach, then he's able to throw her over here, and then she can do some kind of blast on this side. If he carries Cranky, then actually that might even be better. But Peach is just a little further back in position, that's all. Actually, carrying Cranky might even be better, because she'll have a lot of flexibility for his range on this side. Now, the thing about Cranky is, in that case, do we get some kind of shot off of him first? No, that's okay. We want to save his movement and his shooting and everything to see what we can do. So yeah, DK can come all the way over here. And that way, he can potentially grab the summoner here as well. Like, he can pull everyone in and slap them. And if he goes over here, then he's able to drop Cranky here to try to bust down that block. And then get a nice little line shot from this position. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Yeah, you want Cranky to sit on this column so he doesn't hit DK with a friendly fire. Although he's got quite a spread, so it might still hit, for all we know. But I think Cranky should definitely sit here, and then he can try to If he shoots from this angle, then he could shoot towards here, and then maybe that'll work well as well. Because that way we get the summer down as quickly as we can. And of course we'd still need to stop this middle section here. We do have the additional summoner on this side as well, but if we can take those out quickly, then we're in good shape. Let's see. Yeah, Summoner Scrambler, he can hit. Whacker. Let's take a look at Cranky's shot to see what he can do. It's totally going to hit DK, but if he aims like this, then he does not hit DK, and then he still gets to kill. I kind of like that idea. Get a couple of the vamp effects here. Now, it does bunch up those enemies a bit. But then what Cranky can do is that he can actually do his movement to knock them both down and then do another grump jump. Oh, he can take one of them with his movement. Okay, let's go over here. And try to flank this way so he gets a nice pipe entrance going into the next turn. And here, DK is going to try to whack everybody. 64 to 72. Doesn't quite do it. But then if Cranky puts up Stink Eye, then the shot will finish them off. So we'll do that, because if one of them, the one that's not trapped in honey, tries to run, if he's not taken out completely, then we can whack the other two. Slightly out of the optimal range. I think we should pull them in. Although the one who's a little further out will still not be within range. Let's just do it this way. Yeah, there's a bit of damage fall off around the edge where it's in orange, but we'll get them both. And then that way we still have the Magnet up, we still also have Harry Eye up. Harry Eye, however, is not going to reach anything on the other side, so we need a Peach to basically trap the other two in honey. These are going to run for it over here, but we'll just have to deal with it. She's not really able to hit the block from this side, that's the only thing. But from here, she should be able to send a drone. Now the problem is that we still have to summon her up on this side. That's going to be a problem. But we'll need to bunch up the whole team against that side. So we should take out the middle first and then move towards the first boundary. Because then we can combine movement a lot better between them. So she should send a drone up, because then it would be within range, I think, to blow up the honey. So let's go over here. We have to remember that drone can go through pipes as well. Yeah, I say we definitely hit like this. And then that'll hit immediately. And then he'll get the shot. Very nice. Nice spread on Cranky for that as well. Now they're still going to try to run for it because they're summoners. And DK is not going to pull them yet, but Peach, do we want a shield on her? I think the shield is only relevant for the counterattacks and for the whatever the summoner gets. The summoner hasn't started summoning yet, so we actually have a little bit of leeway. So I think we're going to pass. Now these guys are going to run for it, and we really need to catch them. Oh, they do go through the pipes. That's okay in some ways, because it actually bunches them together, and then DK can really do a pull and stomp next turn. Well, he can't do the stomp, but he can do the pull and banana. So this guy's going to start ringing in his friends. Now we've got a lot of possibilities here. We can first of all... Oh, never mind. Let's see. Maybe we need to carry Cranky again to do this properly. Or do another honey splash, maybe. Like, you know, even stand here and then try to trap these two. Let's take a look at Peach's movement. Peach can do quite a bit. She can actually just run straight through this with the dash, which is great. Although her movement isn't as far as I would like it to be, it would be nice if she could get a jump to finish. Or she can come here and then maybe try to target this guy, and then, you know, even though it's going to be a 0% shot, it would hit the honey. That might be what you need to do. But it would be better if she could get a jump. But if she's in this position here somewhere, yeah, I'm thinking we'll definitely go Cranky pickup. Now, if DK goes over here, he gets a bit better movement range than if he goes to the pipe. So we should take this and do some kind of chaining effect. And splash Cranky this way. In fact, if he does that, he might even be able to get close enough to... Yeah, because then Cranky hasn't moved yet, so he actually has another continuation as possible past this point. Let's do that. I'm just trying to get him in a position so he can get like a really good shot down to try to take out everybody else. And we don't even need to Peach Dash, but... yeah, Wiener Whacker's gonna do a decent job here. This attack here, not quite within range. This is within range. It does get the kill on one of them. And then he still has movement available after that, so we should do it. And he still has movement available to do the sleep effect on the other side, which might help because the summoner might do something here. Oop, didn't expect that though. That's okay. He's still able to get the movement as needed, I think. If he puts on Harry Eye first, then if this guy runs after the hit, then he can get a double shot in. So yeah, Peach is going to have to go over here. And Cranky is able to bounce off of her to go to this side. But he won't be able to do much there apart from the sleep effect, perhaps. So it might be better for him to over here for the sleep effect this way. But it's best if he can get some kind of jump so he can do some area damage. Which actually means that Peach should get up into this area first, and then maybe even take a shot from here. Well, we don't know. I think she needs to go over here. Actually, here. And then Cranky can hopefully get a decent bounce off her. And then she's still technically in cover. Where's Cranky's range here? She can actually go behind this pipe too, because then... Well, she got full cover, but it's full cover on the other side. Yeah, no, we want Cranky to have a bit of options here. So... I'd say that we definitely try to put this up first. Yeah, because if Cranky gets a bounce off of her and blows up some of the blocks, then Peach might get a clear shot against one of the enemies, and so... yeah, so we can go here with her, maybe. Or here. Here's good. Probably DK is going to get that attack, so we'll go Cranky first. Land him over here. Blow up what we can. We don't even need to deal with the summoner if we can just take out this guy this turn. Also, they're both trapped in honey, which is great. But we might still want the sleep effect. That's going to hit. Yeah, in that case, let's get DK to get here. That's excellent, because... Well, they're both trapped in honey, so his Overwatch effect is actually not effective at all, but... Peach can get one attack down, and then we can... Yeah, the summoner would be it, because... Then we just have one more turn to go here. Let's do a quick range check on the enemy here. Melee attack, yeah, he's not within range and he's got no movement this turn because he's stuck. So we don't really even need to deal with the sleep effect or anything. I think we'll just leave things as is. Okay, then let's rotate to the enemy turn. And he's just fully stuck. Which means we can just blast him. Although, it would be maybe advisable to blast him on this side first. And stick him with some honey. Great. And then we just kill him here. Nice and easy. Yeah, we never let the summoners get out of control, so that's... And it was very convenient that one of the smugglers repositioned to the middle, and so we could hit 3 of them in the middle at once. Because if they all tried to run to the far side, that would have been an issue for sure. But I guess we sort of cut off their path that way. Okay, let's continue. After denying their supply. There's a continuation this way, so let's do something else we can. This is still within the play area. So I guess we'll exit the banana pipe. Nope. One positive thing to come out of this is the Rabbids' love of bananas. Wait until they see my bananas foster cinnamon French toast caramel smoothie recipe. Okay, so this is some kind of block stacking arrangement here. We just need to probably emulate this pattern somehow. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, this stack here is just this turned sideways, and so we just need to make it a clean stack, I'm pretty sure. And just do that, yeah. That does not... Okay, maybe we need to match that exactly. Yeah, we need to match it, I guess. But I'm not sure about the rotation, that's the thing. Oh, I see, and then corner like that. Okay. Okay, we've got the next battle already, so let's see about this. We should look at the battle first and then assign spec points. That's something that we're discovering. Destroy bad bananas. Yep, we can do that. Same kind of objective as before, just with lots of bucklers this time. And lots of control points to hit. Alright, let's take a look here. It's quite a lot of enemies. Some mashers. And so on. We'll... yeah, it's bucklers on the high ground. Now, they do have a projectile attack, so we do need to be careful because... I actually think that we'll just try to bust those down quickly if we can. But that's if we have somebody who can do that. And yeah, let me just figure this out. Because you'd need to get into this area here to approach. Otherwise, they do have some range to deal with the boom shots. So you'd need to watch out for that. Unless we try to take them out right away. I actually think we should take out the middle right away. The summoner, though, we need to deal with at some point. If we're going to do that, though, let's figure out what the weapon set will be. We have enough for one upgrade, I think. Is anything not upgraded yet? Okay, this one. Collectors and Ziggies. Well, I mean, we won't need collectors, but we might want the ink effect, because the ink effect does obstruct primary attacks. Yeah, because we've got both of his attacks on collectors right now, which is definitely excessive, isn't it? Or well, on Ziggies. Yeah, okay, we'll improve this one. Now let's take a look here. High ground bonus. I mean, this might be a good time for high ground bonus on Cranky if we're going to get him on high ground anyway. Definitely feeling his lack of pipe exit range, though, so... Now, Peach only has a few choices here. I actually think we might save a point on her. Cranky, I think, should definitely go for health, finally. We have been pulling that off, and there's going to be tons of incoming damage in this map, so we have been putting that off for too long. Donkey Kong's probably not going to be doing projectiles from higher ground too much, so we'll save his point. I think we'll save Peach's point as well. Unless we really want to shield. No, we'll save it. Okay. Once again, let's take a look at what we want to do with this. You have a lot of pipe movement that can get us around right away. I think the intended course through this map is that you have to wrap around one side and avoid damage from the middle and then come up here and mob them. But if I can actually skip to the middle section first, I would like to do it. I guess this is where we regret not taking the better magnetize on DK. Because we didn't take it, did we? Let's take a look. Or, yeah, we don't have it. Because that might have been useful here if it can actually pull over this section. But if we can do a throw followed by a jump followed by a grump jump, like we can do some kind of massive combo with Cranky and Peach in the middle here, and maybe that can do something. Particularly if Cranky can get a grump jump and then do a shot where he flanks all three. Now, DK swings over to this area first. That's also a possibility. Yeah, because I think what he'll do is he'll do a throw on Cranky, and then Peach will get a jump up here, and then Cranky does a second grump jump. Or you can do a throw on Peach, and then she can dash through all three. That might actually be much more effective. Because you'll get a triple dash, and that's a ton of damage that will happen. But 2 grump jumps on Cranky might actually be better than that if you can land that well enough. Let's just fight and find out. Because essentially, if he's landing here, he can't quite hit everything. But he can hit enough. Oop. Yeah, too bad this is in the middle here, because if you get rid of this guy with a push or something, then you actually would be able to hit quite a bit. I think DK should definitely then, in that case, get a throw on Peach so she can do the run. Fortunately, not much of a flanking position on Cranky here as I would have liked. Peach can jump, but then she can't get the dash attack after that, so it's not that helpful. But if DK does to throw, the issue is that DK's movement stops after the throw, and so I would not be able to do much with him past that point, unless... Well, let's see what we can do, because if we pick up, we can jump over here. That doesn't give you enough of a throw. Yeah, DK's first turn essentially doesn't do much if you play this way, and that's the issue. But since Grump Jump doesn't quite hit all three, and the dash can definitely hit all three, I think we go for that. And try to take out as much as we can. But if he goes for a throw here, then you can have the second Grump Jump. But again, a second Grump Jump is worse than using the second dash, so we'll DK do his throw. We can actually see where his throws can reach. For example, from here, it will not reach. But if he's going here, that will also not reach. But what he can do is he can take the corner here. And that'll reach. And then we want a good starting position for Peach, so she can run into everything. And probably wind up with a good flanking position where she can hit a whole bunch of things at once, perhaps with a sentry. Let's go maybe here with Peach then, so she can run all three. Then what will happen is Cranky jumps and hits over here. Oh, that hits Peach though, but then we should do Peach's dash first. Yeah, I forgot that Cranky's positioning will be a bit dependent on DK over here. That's actually not too bad because we can still get some kind of flanking movement perhaps. This position here also does not run into issues with Peach and might actually get you a cleaner shot against the other two lines. I like this, in fact. It'll hit the same things. So let's do that. Freeze everybody. So Peach can then run through everybody and park here. And then do something with a sentry to blow everything up. It might have been better to put her in this kind of position because then she can send a sentry forward. But you would want to kind of have that hit from behind, right? So let's think about this. Yeah, from this position, then she might have a better range of targets to choose from. Because that'll just kill, and then yeah, I guess the sentry's a little bit obstructed right now, but that's why we should get the shot down with Cranky first, and maybe try to make a little bit of room. Actually, Cranky can just take out a whole bunch of this stuff at once. He can just take out all of this stuff at once. Including himself, apparently. And then Peach can then blow up both of these, including herself as well. Let's try to target us a little better so she doesn't do quite as much self-damage. This will still kill. So we just take out all of the high ground. Trap herself in honey. I feel like maybe the range heal can be saved for next turn, maybe. Return cooldown on that, maybe it's better to... It's safer to do it now, I think, just in case we have anything trying to track them up the pipe immediately, which... I mean, it's just summoners and smashers, and smashers are not going to reach this turn. The summoners remain an issue, and the summoners won't hit directly, so... I feel like we took a pretty good shortcut here. Now, of course, we'll need to come back down the next move. In that case, we should actually use the heal now, because then it'll be a few turns before we'll presumably need it again. Now, Stink Eye, is he going to be able to hit anything? Yeah, if the Smasher comes anywhere close. Runs it all, really. Sleep range isn't going to be consequential here, but Stink Eye might be good. Donkey Kong's got a much better cooldown on Hairy Eye over here as well. Let's take a look. So if this guy tries to run He's not going to enter the pipe, though, so he probably won't be within range. So let's leave DKs for the time being. And go enemy turn. Yeah, because we take out the entire middle section quickly, then we're actually in great shape. Now, next will be summoners. And then we pretty much have a clear path to taking out objectives. Yeah, these guys can't get anywhere near us. We just don't have to deal with incoming damage from the middle at all. Oh, I forgot that they have grenades. Yeah, okay, good thing we healed up. But the grenades don't do much, so... Now, we will need to give Peach a cleanse. Right? Oh no, she's out of the honey because she was hit. Okay, so... Or rather, yeah, we have the turn changeover as well. So with Peach, it's going to be pretty simple, I think, because we are actually just going to run through both of these if we can. I mean, if there's a faster path, we'll take it, but... Cranky, we could do a run followed by Grump Jump. Throw the Grump Jump over here so we can hit this guy. But then we'll see who DK is allowed to hit. In fact, this area is just totally clear, you know, Well, we should think about what's going to be fastest, though, in terms of hitting every point. If DK goes for the other side, then he has a clear shot without even dealing with damage. But we want the group to be somewhat closer together, I think, because then that way we... well, let's see. Because if DK can magnetize over here, then he can stop a little bit and get some stuff done. But as long as he's within Overwatch range, I think he's fine, because then he can jump over here and then try to snipe this one. Yeah, and it's even completely fine that he's out in the open. Priority should be to try to do something about the summoners, though, so we can do that. We should try to get a clear shot with Cranky, like land him somewhere and then get a good line shot. Which means that we need to think about how the cover is arranged. He should be shooting from this side. Fire against these two here. Which means Peach should be running... Which way? This way, maybe, to reposition this. Okay, Peach is going to run. Let's see what Cranky's range is after the pipe exit, so we know where Peach should end up. Yeah, because Peach should end up in this corner here, or at cover here. This corner here, I think, and then Cranky jumps this way. Okay. Tag them both. And then she can be on a corner here because Cranky's going to hit the other side and it might run the Smasher over. Oh, we should check Smasher range then. Actually, they both kind of hit. Well, Peach is over in the middle block, then she's actually totally safe. Okay, then... Yeah, tag, then down here. And Cranky can tag one as well. Okay, Cranky's gonna go down here. He's gonna dash through one. This one. Because then when he gets jump on this side, this will just kill. And then he can get a line shot Oh, it does so well, in fact, that it might even be better to... Yeah. You can do a line shot... From... Oh, he can just splash in this position, actually. He doesn't even need to do anything else. Oh, except he's gonna freeze Peach, as they say. That's okay, it just means she doesn't have a shield, but... which might be an issue if Cranky tries to get the shot down here, but... Basically, Cranky can take the shot and then... do the sleep effect. And he's still okay. Because with both summoners down, you know, we basically have a clear path through the rest of the level until reinforcements come. So we'll draw one in close, and then we'll... We can draw them in both close, actually. It doesn't even matter because we can put them to sleep, so... And he's stuck anyway, so... No problem. Okay, let's do that. He's gonna run, but then he's out of range. And then we put a sleep on him. We don't... Yeah, he's out of range for a sleep on the other one, actually, but it's okay because we have that one trapped in honey. At that point, we only need to deal with this one over here. And so we can put an Overwatch and then bounce him. We might as well just fight him now, I'd say. Maybe even get a throw. Actually, we can throw honey at him. And just sit here. Then whack him this way. I don't think whack him moves to honey, does it? But we'll find out. The chain bow? Yeah, it does. Go this way or this way. Either one. Too bad we can't see how very specifically what the damage is like, but yeah, we can get the burn effect on him as well. And okay, the burn does take him off the honey effect though, so he does run over. Oops. Okay, that's fine. Now, Harry I might not be useful here then because he'll not be running. But that's okay, next turn he can just finish it with an area attack and then this will be settled. As long as he doesn't, you know, get hit by a massive crit or something this move. He'll be okay. There will be a weaken effect where he takes down DK a bit, but yeah, so maybe we should get somebody within cleanse range for him next turn. But yeah, that's okay. I think he's fine. Let's just go return. This might be a bit reckless on this side here. But you know what? He's going to smash the obstacle, or rather the banana horde for me, which is great because DK will just pick up and throw him somewhere. Oh, forgot about that guy on the side. That's okay. That's okay. It just means we'll pick him up and toss him somewhere. And yeah, so she's wakened, but we can probably... I'm trying to remember because it just takes a certain number of moves to clear the effect, right? so it's not even consequential. Yeah, if I could read the effect more closely, it would be useful, but failing of that, we will... Yeah, because Peach, you know, we don't care. She can just walk around everybody and knock them down. And... just knock them down like this, and probably just have the Grump Jump on Cranky again after that. Definitely liking that upgrade. And then with Cranky, you can take one of these down more or less completely. Well, and Grump Jump over on the other side. Because Grump Jump here doesn't quite kill that one, so we should run through that guy. Then... have a clear shot on the other end. The thing about DK is that he can just pick this up and move him somewhere completely different. Yeah, bounce him over here maybe. Doesn't quite hit necessarily. Does give him the out of bounds, which is great. Because that's within range to just kill. We'll just do that. No need to get too fancy about it. Over here, between the two of them, we should hopefully be able to just nuke him. Yeah, and then that'll draw him in close potentially. Actually, Peach is just going to kill if we use that. Then does Cranky have another target like over here? That's great. Yeah, then he can just drop that over there and then start working on a target. Peach can't quite hit that this turn though, so let's do this instead. So basically the whole enemy set is down, and then we can now just work on targets. And then from this point, we're just limited really by our range of movement to hit all three, because this one's way out of the way. And yeah, probably just get the group together. Well, let's see. Enemy turn. Yeah, nothing here yet. Do we have any reinforcements? No, because we took everything out really quickly. Now, is Peach able to do anything here? Well, she can just get a shot down on this side. And can Cranky just jump over her afterwards? Yeah, so you do have somebody who's going to come up. Smasher, yeah, we don't really care. Another one over here as well, but DK can just pluck it out. Yeah, because here we can just drop on this and then one of them would still have a shot available at that point. So let's take a look at... Each can do 72... and Cranky... Just jump. So he can hit. And Peach can hit. It does not matter. We'll have some time for cooldowns to get in play as well, so DK can immediately do a toss here just to get him way out of the way, and he can also toss towards that position to hit this target. Like that. He might even want to get in closer so he can do his stomp. But even a banana weapon might be enough. The kind of damage we're dealing with. 60 damage though, so you need a little bit more than that. Okay, that's fine. Well, what we can do is just toss like this. Or like this. And just attract it back. And it's going to hit by enough, I think, that we... Yeah. Want to put up the Overwatch first. And snipe him as he's running over. So if he runs, then we should be able to get the shot, right? Yeah. How is he not dead? Okay, maybe that's misplay. So DK's down to 100. Hopefully he doesn't just straight up die. Because maybe that was unwise. Oh, not too bad. Told him to miscalculate that. Oh well. Let's pass the turn. We just have the last stash over here to take care of, which we can do. Okay, he's fine. For now, anyway. Oh, there's more. That's okay. We'll grab and walk. DK gonna be so far out of position, but we... Yeah, because basically we have to go to the opposite corner of the map at this point. Kind of took a long way. But we can just out of bounds him over here, I would think. And later DK's over here. Like, he can't really jump off of this position, this thing. That's why you're supposed to take this last, but, you know, we, I think, significantly reduced the complexity of the map by rushing the middle down. Let's just toss as far as possible. Like, here, and try to bounce him off this way. Get some out of bounds damage. There we go. The bounce will do enough, in fact. Okay, we'll need to get the heal on him at some point before we have issues with reinforcements or anything. Yeah. But what we can do... Yeah, we'll actually want to heal these two as well. I mean, DK might just have to stay out of the way for now. She can get the shot here. He's gonna run over. Let's count tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. And Cranky can grump jump out of that. Definitely move over here, I would say. And then she can send a drone over, which actually does quite a lot of damage. Yeah, Cranky will probably get hit by the Smasher right away, but the important thing is that he can also hit the objective this turn. So it might not matter too much because he's also going to have the shot on the Overwatch. As far as Peach goes, she can actually try to hit the objective, but I don't think she will. She's going to hit this right here. I think that makes sense. In fact, if we put Cranky on Overwatch right now, then that'll get a kill. Oh, that'll actually not get a kill because he's trapped. Okay, that's fine. That's fine because he can't do anything. He's out of range this turn. Which means we can just drop this turn, and then, yeah, it has 90 remaining, so if we get the effect on this, this will actually just hit the objective now. And there's the crit. There we go. Nice and swift. Got a little bit risky at the end with DK, but it's okay. 5 out of 8 turns as well. Very quick. Yeah, I'm glad that the strategy of just rushing down the middle was actually viable at all. And let's continue. Okay, we've got, oh, one passage over there that we now never wrapped up, but I guess we would need to approach that from this side. Looking at it. Using this barrel. Yeah, so we need to finish the bridge by hitting the rabbit block with all of the other switches deactivated. Let's do this bit first. And climb down and see what's up. Nope, nothing's here. Oh, yes there is. You can come down and pop back up afterwards, but we'll explore the space down here first for the puzzle piece. Puzzle pieces are well camouflaged. Sometimes we most certainly missed a bunch already. Oh, didn't grab the banana. Okay, at this point, we will fill in some bridges, I'm sure. Where's the yellow switch? Yeah, so ultimately we want to hit that switch, and then we want to toggle all the other ones back afterwards. The yellow switch is over here, which means, what do we need to raise for that? Probably green, if I had to guess, so let's go red first. We'll need blue because we'll need something to connect at that point. Oh, you know what? Okay, that works too. So it loses the connection over here, so let's shove green as well. And then we have to revert the other ones, don't we? Specifically, yeah, all of them. Okay. We hit this. And then we need to invert yellow once more. And that's okay, we can do it. We just tap these again. The climbers. All right, now let's proceed. Which way? This way. I think so anyway. Did we miss anything on this side? That's just where the battle was, right? Yeah. Oh, looks like it's a circuit puzzle. The gangway is completely inaccessible. Even if we could reach it, it's covered in vines. They obviously don't care much about lawn maintenance around here. I suspect this all has something to do with these strange carvings on the ground. Let's take a closer look. Alright. Yeah, so this is a kind of circuit flow puzzle, except with water being the thing that is flowing. We don't have much of a zoom on this map, that's the only thing. But yeah, I think we can just turn each of these segments and redirect as necessary. The idea is that we want flow out of every segment, so we can do that. Or every... Yeah, no, definitely every segment, because it's 6 segments. Alright, then let's just trace the paths accordingly, because, yeah, you got all 3 circuits over here, and then we just need to build them. So we cut off this one, it's not a big deal. And then that sort of completely removes this vine. I see, because the water opens up the vine. And then, oh, that's just the same text. Yeah, then we just need to get flow going on the top right as well. We understand it. And the vines will retreat as we go. So we need some flow over here. We don't want to obstruct this one though, unless we have an alternative. No, that's fine, actually. But we would need to do it through one of these. So let's think about it, because yeah, this kind of input means that you can flow either way. This can go through here, then it can import through here. But it does shut off the rest if you do it that way, because that's where that was flowing. Which means that we will need an... Oh, there's an L junction over here. We can just do that. Except this one still has not been completed. However, that will not do anything. So let's think about this one again, because we need something from this side over here. So actually, in that case, I'm looking forward to the hard objective for this one too. That'll be fun. let's rethink it, because yeah, we don't have a very full camera view of this, but if we move this one like this, that will not do anything for us here, but because it just matches that side. Okay, so we want this in this position. And you see that there is this sort of elevation change that we need to be very cognizant of as well. Because definitely we should think about this in terms of height. Whoa, how do we even get him to do that? So we flow down here. If we have some kind of flow that goes this way, so for example with this junction here, then we can afford to turn it this way. And then, from that point on, we're able to raise this one. And then that is the left side taken care of effectively. Unless we missed something here, did we? Can't even see. No, that's the left side taken care of. So if we leave that in place, then I think we're able to complete this side as well. So, but the critical thing is that we still need flow over here in order to get in this position, unless we... Well, let's see, because this can take you through here. And we don't actually need this point here, so that's actually necessary, which means that we can take this junction this way. And that should complete it. Now, is there a hard mode objective? Because we can get here, but then... Oh, there's something else that you need to do then, isn't there? So we completed the path, but then what happens once you complete the path? Is the problem that the vine is obstructing? I think it is. So, yeah. So we need to shut off flow to the vine, as far as I understand it. But we don't need this bit at all. That's fine. Great. And then, is that the bonus objective? If it is, then we need to see what we need to do differently in order to activate it. So, I would assume that the bonus objective is if you invert and get all the vines back up. Because wouldn't this pool fill partly when it's not drained like that? So let's think about this. And try to demonstrate that. Because we have a couple of entry points at vines here. I mean, that's what we understand from a lot of the previous objectives. We want some flow back here. Let's just try to demonstrate it and see if it raises this at all. Raises this slightly. Raises this maybe slightly. Now, on this side here, we need a drop off here. So let's change some of these segments. And then have it flow down here. Yeah, because then it fills that part of the pool. But then we lost this side, so that's okay. We just need to refill it from this corner. Whoops. Tapped it a little too far. That doesn't seem like it's coming up at all, actually, but... let's think about the next point where it needs to go down then. Yeah, because it would need to flow through here as well. And through this point here. Now this is completely dried up, this area here, so we need to think about how to have it flow in. This one will fill here, but that doesn't do much for me. Let's think about the junctions we need then. Because in order to get this side... oh, yeah, okay, we need this point here. Yeah, I do like that these puzzles have these multiple states to them where you have an easy mode and a hard mode solution both equally supported. Now, surely though, you can't have anything go up slope. Which means that we need to do it kind of tier by tier, I think. Would be the ideal way of handling it. But it means that we could potentially flow it through this segment. So yeah, we might need to redo some things from the start just to open up a bit of flexibility, because we might actually have to work from the bottom up, I think. Looking at this, because you'll have a couple of different drop-off points, this being the last one. And it has to be, yeah, because then you know what some of the constraints are. For example, this has to flow through here. You don't really have a choice. Which means that this has to supply it from this point. And then either one of these could potentially be the output here, but we know that this has to flow down here somehow, so... alternatively, water could flow over here. And you can have this junction as long as it's supplied from the other side. There's a way to do that. We would just need to make sure that this runs over. So the idea is that we need to work from these points here. And equally true here, that we know this has to be in this direction, otherwise it just doesn't flow. Which means that we need some kind of supply line going down from here or through here. Either one will do. But we know from this point here that this is going to be constrained. That the only way that something will flow there is if this is in this state. The only way that something will flow there if this is in this state. Oh, is that true though? Not if there's an L junction that goes down to here, but then we would cut off supply to the left side, which would not be good. So that needs to flow through here though, then that means this needs to go like this. That goes like this. Then that would mean that you would need to flow through here. Now, that of course leads to a problem on this side. That means that gets cut off. But there are a few points basically that are more restricted than the others. Because is it just those 4 points? Because you need to hit this one, this one, this one. Does that flow down? Yeah, it does. Okay, so... oh, that actually changes a few things. Yeah, you fill that, fill that. So you need to fill this point here and this point here. Which means this has to go here. We'll need to supply from this side then. But again, this is still going to lead to a bit of a logical problem that we don't have a solution to this bend. However, one thing we hadn't considered is... Yeah, so this is going to be constrained in such a way that it has to be either this kind of bend or this kind of bend. It has to point there somehow. Yeah, the map is so big, so it's very easy to forget what our different constraints are just because you have to visualize them from such a great distance. But this area, yeah, there's no L junction there though, so you can't supply it from this side. You have to supply this one from here, which means you trace back. Actually, we could go this way. And we'd be able to hit this bend. And then that gives you the whole left side, right? That gives you point 1, point 2, point 3. Good, so left side is done. Now, if we can keep those and still have some flow that will get us over to this point, that would be great. But in order to do that... Yeah, that's the problem, is that this is no way to get here. That constraint is still in place. Yeah, logically speaking, like this has to go through here. Which means this has to go through here. That means you must have some kind of water supply on this end, which means if we can get some to go through this bend, so for example, we need to redo this again. Here, then we're fine. But we're back to the situation where we had before, where this would need to bend this way as a result. And this would need to be supplied this way as a result. Not even that way, actually, because... Where's the supply coming from? It's not coming from anywhere, so... You would need... Let me think. No, that doesn't make sense. I think this still has to be it. So we're still missing something then. Okay, let's go through this point by point. How many points are we trying to hit here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 outputs. No, 6. 6 outputs, 3 on each side, of course, same as before. So we have a couple of constraints. We know this has to be like this. We know this has to be like this. We know on this side that this has to be like this. So these 3 we just can't touch. Given that, we need to think about how this side will work, because that means that if those 3 are constrained like that, then this will have to remain in place. This will also have to remain in place. The only way that doesn't remain in place is if you have water flowing through this side, which we don't have. However, this supplies this area here. But that's kind of a dead end. So this one no longer really matters. And what do we have? Do we have all 3 settled on this side now? Yes, out, out, and out. Good. If that's the case, we have to think about the outputs on this side, and let's think about the constraints that must be in place. So this must be here. That's output 1. This one must receive water from something, and it has to be here then. Wait, where was the third output here then? 1. You see, I keep losing track. Yeah, okay, this has to be through here. So this goes this way. Then we need some kind of water supply for this node here. Because if that node isn't supplied, then we have nothing. We're missing one thing here. So for this node to be supplied, you can bend this, but then it cuts off this one. Because I feel like that is definitely constrained. Yeah, because there's no through passage, otherwise this has to come through here. So we need to think about some junction that actually has two separate candidate solutions in order to work. So this one must remain in place. This one must remain in place. This bit off to the side is the big question mark right now. I think this has to be here. It means you need some flow through here. Only way you get flow through here is through here. Let's tweak these ones again. Yeah, we're sort of in that same situation where now we're successfully filling the left side quite easily. But we've cut off supply on the right side. Is there a way to flow this through? Yeah, but the problem is like this one seems to absolutely require this. There's no way that can make sense. There's some junction that we're not thinking about here, where there's like a second configuration that gets you to cross over from one side to the other. It all has to do with these starting nodes here, I think, where... Yeah, if we can get some flow to this side. Let's think about this. I like that this one is actually taking some time. The other ones were pretty trivial. So, yeah, absolutely don't mind that we... A little here that's a little more involved. This has to flow through here. There's some junction we're missing. So it's not getting water from this junction, it has to get some from this junction. So is this area here that we're currently not thinking through properly. Because this goes straight. Like, basically, you only have, 4 different combinations of this one and the matching node on the other side in terms of what the initial condition is. Oh, that's how you do the spin. You just spin the stick around. So we can get one of these nodes to go. The assumption so far is that these can't actually ever climb in elevation, right? Is that actually true? It is true. Of course it is. However, no, I see. If you cut off flow, can you still create a pool that's kind of isolated? No, I think you do need flow. Because I'm thinking, like, is there a way to sort of create a temporary reservoir? No, it just shuts off completely. So we need to think about whether there's a candidate solution for each of the 4 possible states that are these combinations, because this is what controls the possible space of solutions. And I feel like there's something like a cross that you need to make between the two, so you supply opposite sides with them. It's just a certain degree of intuition talking with that. So if that's supplying this side, then, you know, this could maybe cross. But then it just stops here, so then there's no need for that. Because then they're redundant with each other. And moreover, you have a problem with, well, let's see. No, right side looks like it has all 3 outputs, and then what are we missing on this side? Everything. But then if you're supplied from this node, why would you even need this node? Because right now this is able to adequately supply all 3 points. So we don't care about this node necessarily. So we can just supply this side. Then what are we missing? Which is the node that's failing here? It's this one. Because we have no supply of any sort going through here. Okay. I feel like there's a critical junction that we're just not seeing. Okay, let's think about this, because essentially, if we have this node in this state, then we get no flow going here. Well, this is sort of totally inconsequential. But then this must supply through here. However, if we toggle this one, then this is cut off and we have nothing supplying through there. So, okay, somewhere along the way I'm making an incorrect assumption about what must be done to reach one of these nodes. There's somewhere that I've missed something. So we feel like this has been forced. This has been forced. And that this has been forced. Is that actually true? Or have I missed a step? If this is forced, this is forced. If this is forced, then, well, it has 2 separate routes. You can go through here, or you can go through here. In this configuration, it must therefore go through here. But basically, like, you have 2 different ways to manipulate that state. Now, this would be forced if this is true. And notice how they're kind of in the same layer here. Let's see. But I feel like this junction is forced by this path here. If this junction is forced by this path here, then the supply must come from here. So this is in place, this is in place. We have this done correctly, so this is the one we're missing. No, we've got this. Wait, if we have all 3 nodes over there, then what are we missing on the other side? That we're suddenly cut off here. When we cut this off, this cuts off. So what's the dependency that's leading to the contradiction? What's the dependency leading to contradiction? If that is here, Alright, somewhere we have a contradiction that I haven't spotted. Or maybe that's not the end condition at all. Maybe we got that wrong. Maybe we're supposed to raise something else. Like, for example, if we're supposed to raise the water level, maybe we're supposed to put it into these nodes and fill these pools instead. But I didn't think so. I thought... Yeah, actually, no, I'm totally going about this the wrong way. Let's try filling these pools. Because this is on the same layer. Maybe I'm just totally misreading this puzzle. Okay, yeah. Alright, you know what? Let's redo this. Yeah. That was actually all there was to it. No, we were reading the wrong objective the whole time. I was thinking that we needed to invert this completely and fill all the vines. No, we actually just needed to fill this layer. So yeah, no wonder we couldn't solve it, because there was no solution to what we were trying to do. Alright, that's fine. We got it. It's funny, because as soon as I realized what the actual objective is supposed to be, then we just solved it instantly. Okay. Little speed puzzle here. For one of the anti-boss weapons. Presumably we just try to push. This gate is down, so we push through here. And then, oh. And then this gate. And then this gate. And then we can just walk through yellow, right? If we know how to get there. Okay, there we go. And so, surely this is going to be the cranky boss weapon. Yes. And then we'll take a look at its effect. Okay. And thank you for that, F. Belmont. We spent so long chasing the wrong objective on that one, but that's okay. In the end, we got it. And you know what? Let's take a look at the weapon here. Because these do cost something, and they're only really good against bosses. Okay, so this is not against mini-bosses anymore. This is good against bosses generally, which tells me that we are actually near the end fight, perhaps. We will definitely take it. I like the ink chance on it, too. So maybe it's just 3 worlds, but then we have the challenge maps afterwards, and so hopefully that accounts for the missing puzzle pieces. So I don't have to comb over every step of the open world to get there. Yeah, noticeably it doesn't say mini-bosses, it says bosses. So maybe we're actually at the story finale of this content pack already, but again, lots of challenges to wait after that. Yeah, okay, in that case, let's think about the skill tree, and how many points do we have? We have 2 points on Peach. We were saving up something for her, right? Let's get into the preparatory phase of the fight first, and we'll actually see what we need from there. Yeah, health pools would have been nice on them, but that's okay. Well, let's see what we're dealing with first. Yeah, and here's the banana-fied Rabbid Kong already. So yeah, it looks like it's already the sort of final standard boss of this content pack, but we'll obviously continue to do challenge maps next week, if we can. Yeah, given the pacing, I was expecting 4 segments, but it's 3 acts instead. The variable length. I did like that circuit puzzle, though. That was pretty interesting, even if we were totally going about it the wrong way. Anyway, Rabbid Kong is pretty strong here. And he's just gonna flick him back. Rabbid Peach will have none of it. She's gonna incite some jealousy. Look how crafty she is about doing that. Mega Rabbid Kong. Okay, so he's drawing power from the central pool. That kind of gives you a sense of what you need already. So yeah, Bad Banana Rang has a push, Rabbit Uppercut has a bounce. Let's take a look at this. Rabbit Uppercut has a pretty long range, so we need to watch out for that. 12 cells of movement, so we do want to make sure we get out of that. Bad Banana Rang goes everywhere. Huge range on it. So we'll just need to soak it. Now, no ads yet. Oh, yeah, we have some. We have some TNT barrels, though, which launch it wisely for 500 damage. That seems really critical to doing this fight. Because you just hit him with 2 barrels and then you're through, but then maybe there's a phase 2. Oh, but yeah, no, the objective is to destroy the pool. So you want to launch into the pool, perhaps. But we only have those 2 TNT barrels to deal with. I wonder... Well, actually, no, we have several. 4 TNT barrels. So yeah, we should use it against the pool, not against the boss, obviously, because he's pretty clearly protected. And we'll have some Ziggies along the way, but we'll just get rid of them. They are stepping stones at best. But DK has to be the one to climb to pick up the barrels. It has to be him. Anyway, this means... Oh, well, first of all, let's go back to Tacticam so I just know what we're dealing with for what we might want to build into. I think, given what we're looking at here, we absolutely want dandelion movement. Throw range is pretty good here, too. Throw range might be better, actually, but let's take a look at the map again. No, I think we want dandelion movement. There's going to be so much dandelion jumping. He needs to occasionally reposition, get in cover, etc. Okay. Dandelion jump range. Now, Peach. Team jump range might be good here. We haven't been using team jump range so much lately because we've been using the dash. I feel like heal range might be best here because we're going to take some damage. We want to have some flexibility. I don't know if that's what I originally had in mind for 2-pointer, but we'll take it. As for Cranky, we can have a point on the pipe. He only has 1 point, right? So, yeah, we want movement. Did I see the Donkey Kong Bonanza direct from a few days ago? Yes, I did, from last week or so. We are very much looking forward to the new game. Yeah, again, sorry if I'm a few minutes behind on chat. I've been making decisions here. All right, so in terms of our approach here, we're going to go for TNT barrels into the pool pretty much right away. DK can reach pretty far. We want to, of course, clear out Ziggy's on either end. We don't know what other ads are going to spawn as well, so we'll just maybe leave our weapon configuration as is. And yeah, definitely we're incentivized to use the cranky barrel attack on some of the bosses. So essentially DK has to jump around. He is not the only one who can reach up here. The other characters can go through the pipes to get high ground advantage. But it means that potentially, if DK is positioning up here, for instance, for something like a pickup, then we can have characters chain off of each other to try to jump into place. But I think it's pretty unambiguous that DK has to go for the barrels. Oh, I should have gone for that throw range. Oh, well, that's okay. We will just fight. Okay, so... Oh, he's actually not within barrel range. But, yes, he is if he goes through pipe. And then... He's not quite within jump range there, but if he's got the dandelion range, then he can actually extend like this and jump anywhere he likes. Almost. Can't quite reach these ones. But then, if he's through here, for instance, then he can actually throw into the pool. And you can get really good range out of that while remaining in cover. In cover on this side, it's not in cover against this guy, which means that we need to think about whether, for instance, you can get Cranky to do a big jump. So yeah, you can actually have a really good throw range because you can throw anywhere into the pool. So from DK's perspective, you would want to go over here, pick up. I wonder if we want to get a jump off him first, but then you go Dandelion. And then if you can go to a position like this, can you still throw in range? No, you can't. But maybe through here, because then you're kind of opposite cover relative to get a rabbit. Or, yeah, I just want to get in a good range for Cranky to potentially get a jump. You can snipe the other guy. I think we can do it from here. What do we got back here? We've got, yeah, just more TNT, So between 4 barrels, we should be able to get 2,000 damage down on the pool, and then if we do that, then we'll still need to knock it down by another 1,000. So we can do it. Okay, good. What we do from this point is, first of all, Peach can not dash through this. Okay, of course not. Peach can jump over here though and take some kind of pot shot here as necessary. I should have actually maybe taken the high ground buff, but that's okay. Cranky is able to land pretty close by. And just fire directly at this one, I think. And then we might not even be able to get much of a grump jump here. But the grump jump can... Does it hit the pool? It does... Kind of does a bit of chip damage against the pool, maybe. Maybe we should do that. And then... That reach? Not really. But I want him to get a really clear shot against this guy, and then Peach can maybe get behind cover and hit the pool. But because Cranky can be here, and then he can have a nice little Overwatch against the boss, perhaps. He is a little exposed. Now Peach. Oh, there's also a pipe entrance through here. Actually, yeah, I should have thought about that. That you can get pretty far. The Cranky should have just taken this pipe to begin with, and then you can get over here behind cover. Or, alternatively, go through here and try to snipe this guy a little bit. At least try to trap him in some honey or something. Maybe get behind cover here and then send a drone. I like that idea better. So we can spread out the group a little bit. She'll want to group together for a heal afterwards, I think, but we've got 60% on the honey effect, and then yeah, if you land a crit, then this goes well. It does not land. That's okay. You can just run through that guy next turn. Yeah, gold-plated paroxysm does that much. We'll just have to bust this one down. Put him on Overwatch. And hope that the other one's well out of range. Yeah, and so DK can kind of stay on high ground for some of this stuff. And I feel like we should chip away at the pool rather than the boss. Maybe there's some incentive to disable the boss first, but we'll have to think about that. Yeah, we'll put them both on Overwatch, and then that'll do a little bit of chip damage against the boss, maybe. Because this boss, noticeably, doesn't have some kind of defense against it. It does not. So, unlike some of the previous bosses, you can, in fact, put yourself in Overwatch and snipe it. In that case, we'll go like this. And we'll have the other TNT barrel come out of that. Obviously, you can't burn it. You can put this down. And, oh, Cranky already used it? Oh, yeah, okay, so do we want to shield up on her? Given that she's so far out of position, I think we do. Just to be safe, it's a 2-turn cooldown. Because she's one of the only characters reachable by the other Ziggy that's still up and running. Yeah, and you got a double shot on Cranky. And yeah, it heals him up to full. That's why you need to get the pool down. There's no point in trying to damage him until that point. Now, we're kind of feeling the lack of health on Cranky here. But Peach's shield is paying off. Peach can just run through this guy directly, so we're going to be okay. Okay, Cranky had better get out of here. First of all, though, we're going to grab the barrel. And then toss. And we'll get into position for the next barrel as well. That's the best way to go about this. Because then we can toss from here. And yeah, we do need to toss directly in. Yeah, so we'll need to get in there. Peach can just run through this guy, thankfully, so... She can't get to heal this turn, though, unless she's cleansed. But she can run through here and just take a shot. From here. Oh. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll just take a shot here. Thing about DK is that he can still get a pretty decent attack down here too. Now, but Cranky, he can definitely pop this, and then can he take a pipe up top? He can't really, so I just need to run him pretty far, I think. Let's figure out his range movement just so I know where he can escape. Because escape he will need to do. Probably get out over onto this side or something and just get quite a ways away. So yeah, we will pop this. Now, he does have the 70% ink effect, and actually this does hit them both, it seems. So maybe the ink effect is going to be useful here. I'm going to try it. The health damage will not matter, but if you can ink him, that would be helpful. Yeah, and actually, when you damage him, then it also depletes the pool, so that's important to know. We need to run him pretty far away. I think given the melee range, I actually just want to run him as far as possible. Never mind the cover. Everybody's a little bit spread out right now, though. So yeah, we can hit the pool directly. But if we know that the pool is going to deplete to fill up his health, then maybe it's actually better to hit the boss. Particularly with Cranky's weapon, he should have, yeah, hitting the boss is definitely preferable. Well, but if the boss is out of range, then you can still hit the pool. I think maybe that's the logic that we go by here. So why don't we hit the boss, see if we can get the fire effect on him. Yeah, and that'll deplete partly. And then that way, you know, we've got 2 barrels remaining, then we just need to do an additional 400 past that. Now, we do have reinforcements that are going to come soon, so we need to be aware of that. Also, oh, he's getting smacked. Oh, he's going to take it out of bounds damage. That's too bad. He's just going to get KO'd then. I didn't think about sending him too close to the edge for out of bounds. That's a big problem, given how much damage I needed off him. At the end, we might retry for the perfect. I'm going to try to continue to fight at the moment, since we're not in the worst shape, but we'll grab, jump. Yeah, I totally didn't think about the edge damage. Let's get over here and toss. And that way Peach can get a jump, and then, well, she's not going to get much done with a smasher, I don't think. So, yeah, we should get over here then. And just toss this way. Yeah, we've been redoing fights for the perfects, but we're a couple of turns deep. We can try to proceed. I just totally didn't budget for that. And you can also just respec the skill tree for free, so we really wanted to do that. The Smasher is well out of the way, so we don't care too much about it. We might want to save to heal for... You know, that's interesting. I wonder if he's even able to reach high ground, because maybe high ground is safe from the boss. I guess we'll find out. But there's a significant loss to our damage output that we have Cranky down already on turn 3. Okay, let's get... And yeah, we're just well out of range of the other smashers at least. And that's okay, we'll get the heal on Peach. Oh, didn't see these spawns. Okay, DK definitely needs to pick up here. We might just burn down the pool. I think after we burn down the pool, though, we still have to take down the boss. So... we'll see how that goes. Let's... go for movement first, so we can grab this. And we might actually try to jump around a little bit on the map too. Disable what we can. We probably don't want to get that close to the Smasher. Actually, while everybody's in range, let's pop the heal now. And then Peach can do a run through this enemy here. Because, yeah, she can just run it, and she'll probably stay in place. After that, just shoot it down. And DK, though, can also try to shoot it, but depends, because, yeah, Peach's shot has 78 on this. DK's shot has close to that as well. But I think we should definitely move him. Again, if we have him down here, then is he able to still toss? Yes, but we can do a little better here. Or maybe he can do a smash to hit both targets at once. Where, you know, you toss in here. And then... from that point, you can do sort of 100 points on each. He actually within the best range, maybe. I'm not sure. But the magnet can also pull down this guy, and then we can smack them all. I think we're gonna do it. Because that way Peach has a shot that's freed up. And then, are we able to take down 65 damage? Yeah, we can. So we can just take down Pool now. But if we take down the Pool, is that already in the fight, or do we need to burn down DK? Maybe that's it. Yeah, we will want to redo for the perfect, though. It's too bad about that one little blemish on this fight from Cranky. But yeah, so actually you just need to hit the pool. Too bad about this rating here on the silver. I'm going to do it again. And of course it means that we will be picking up some additional bonuses that we didn't have before, so we'll be in an even stronger position. I actually kind of want to redo it without upgrading just to show that we can do it, but that's if we're being extra picky. Also, there are new weapons available. We can save those for the challenge modes. I think we should just maybe do it with a retry and see what happens. I mean, we don't need to deliberately underpower ourselves, but yeah, because if we essentially have an area attack that hits both the pool and the boss, then we deplete at twice the speed. So now that we know a bit more about the fight mechanics, let's see if we can just get a perfect with no further upgrades, just once again to show that we were able to do it with our current loadout. Maybe this is not the best idea, but we'll try it. And we'll look at the bonuses afterwards, because I'd really like to show that we perfectly positioned for it. It was just a, you know, knock off the edge with Cranky that I didn't calculate for. But yeah, same idea here, I think, though, that we try to go for Dynamite right away as much as possible. And we'll have very similar moves off the top. And yeah, just gonna drop this in the pool. Cranky should, if anything, actually get this shot first, because he'll have a lot more damage on the boss this way. And I think Peach would still be able to get a shot off on the other one after the Grump jump, because yeah, Cranky can shoot first and then Grump jump later. I'm gonna do it this way. And it even kind of does a little bit of chip damage on the pool too. Yeah, because now we have a bit of a knowledge advantage on this fight. It will be a pretty significant improvement. So what we do is we get over here. We try to jump him. It does have some cover issues, as we know from previous experience. But if we pull over here, so we're out of range of the pillar from the other side, maybe we're still okay. And then we put the stink eye up after that. Also, I keep forgetting we could have just gone through here, and if we had Precision Peach here first, then Cranky could jump off the same pipe, and then she would have done much better. That's okay. We'll position Peach a little bit further out. We can actually get her onto high ground and get a nice clean shot this way. And yeah, Quake like a leaf. We'll just do it. And then we'll go with an Overwatch on both of them that are available. DK has Weeder Whacker, Summoner Scrambler. Yeah, we'll just do this and hit him with everything we got. But if we can get the area attack off of DK, that is obviously going to do well. And so let's do enemy turn here. Yeah, we don't want everybody to be too spread out just because I do want to still be able to get heal going as a cluster. And yeah, what a blast on him too. It's a double shot. Once again off the edge. We really need to watch out for that. But we pulled him so far out of range that worked out well. Oh, yeah, we should have shielded her. Oh well. I didn't realize that he would do that big an attack on her, but... Okay. Just gonna shoot in the cover, that's perfectly fine. We really aren't worried about that. Now, does anybody have a pipe they can take up here? Not really. Cranky potentially can get back over here, but let's see. I think we want to continue just doing more TNT. Donkey Kong but potentially pull in with Magnet and then also stomp everyone from here too. Depending on magnet range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, no, not quite. But maybe. He doesn't need that many more tiles movement to do that. But anyway, we need to move, so let's... Yeah, and I'd actually like to get him in a position for the next area here. I'd rather do it this way. Because then we can have some kind of group heal. Because then, yeah, he's perfectly in position for the next TNT after that. So, same idea here then. Let's just put this in the pool, and then Peach is going to get a heal on that, so we're not overly concerned. Yeah, we definitely need to extend some range over here, though, on Cranky. Now, is everybody within heal range? No, because Cranky is not. Let's see what we can do. Because Peach can get in close and put her shield up. I think if we put her here, then we can look at Tacticam and see if she's within heal range. Let's see if she is. Okay. Yeah, she is. We're maybe using this a little prematurely, but better to be safe than sorry, I think. While we still have the group together. Then, so DK can try to chain these. Doesn't really quite chain. What Cranky can do is he can get the effect over here, and then he can try to go to the other side for that other fellow. Or he's got movement. He can get over here and try to hit this way. Maybe hit both. Does it hit a bit of pool? It does. Kind of. I actually don't quite see if this jump gets to be a little bit exposed, though. We want to be careful with cover here. This does hit. Kind of hits both. Not quite. Let's... see what we can do. We want to get behind cover like this, maybe. Or better to just run over here. Again, you can't do any kind of run for a knockdown against bosses. What you could potentially do, though, is get up onto high ground with it, even if you don't get the rump jump right away. He is pretty easy to hit from up here, though. He's back here. Then he can get some kind of high ground advantage. He can also put the other one to sleep, which 3-turn cooldown, though. We'd probably maybe want to save that for smashers later, but let's see what we can do. Yeah, because if we sort of smash into him here, then we can see what's within sleep range. Maybe no. If you do a jump attack, it doesn't show you. But if he hits like this, yeah, we don't want him to get blown off the edge again. That's the main thing. And we should, in that case, get a jump off of Peach. We land, we hit. Doesn't hit for very much, though. We should just spread out. Oh, you can actually get up to high ground here. That's nice. Potentially. Because then you get into cover on this side here. And then you get a nice clear shot. I actually like that a lot better. And here we can get a clear shot first. Oh, actually, no, we should wait for high ground. Oh well, that's fine. But we actually did kind of land a bit of chip damage on the pool, which is important in terms of improving our damage output. Yeah, we should have waited for high ground, though. But I guess you got a line shot that would also hit a pool, so that is still fine. We're not within sleep range of the other enemy yet, but... Here, yeah, we don't want to blow her up, so we'll... This down. How come we don't have the shield available? Oh, I guess we already used that. We used to heal this turn, rather, so... Alright, let's stick him with this instead. Yeah, so he's immune to all the effects as expected. And we'll just tap him this way. Yeah, again, as soon as the pool goes down, the fight is finished, so we're not too concerned. And we'll pass the turn. Okay, we do have some reinforcements that are coming up for the next move, so we do need to be careful. And again, the out of bounds is a really big issue. Particularly if she's going to get a shot off here. But as long as we're well out of range of the smashers that are going to come up, then we might be okay. They do come up immediately. DK can go for TNT over here, and then he needs to wrap over to the other side. If that's the case, then he should actually get a shot off here first. And then Peach is in a pretty bad position, actually, because she isn't really able to escape very far. Yeah, the problem is that Peach is kind of a little bit stuck here. You can just try to run to the corner, maybe, but she's going to be pretty exposed when it comes to cover. DK could also carry her away, but then it sacrifices one turn where you can't use the barrel, and I'd rather not do that. I just need to keep her alive. Okay, in that case, we're going to hit first. Unless we can get some kind of good area attack down. This side. No, he's going to hit first. While he has high ground, yeah, that makes more sense. And we just need to stay alive for the barrel hit on the next turn. And we should actually be able to do enough damage at that point, because there's only 200 left. It's not that much. Let's escape over here. And yeah, the smasher we just don't care about. We can just go over here and toss. But the trick is to keep Peach alive. We might need to do some baiting here with Frankie. Because, yeah, Peach will need to pull way back. Cranky can run through this guy, though. And snipe him from the back. He can also have the sleep effect. Because that way you take care of the smasher coming in from out back. Let's take a look at his range. Okay. Yeah, so you don't want to put Cranky behind cover here because he'll get hit. But let's see this guy's range here. Yeah, his movement range is going to hit all the way across. So Peach basically needs to shield, and she needs to not get hit by anything else. Which means if we look at Cranky's movement range, I don't know if he can get both of them to sleep. Probably not. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe. Like if he's in this position. Let me just check this area here first. Attack to cam if I can. Nope, no, I did not want to do that. I didn't realize it would commit the move. Okay, I messed up. Hang on. But do we actually get all of them to sleep? I can't see my range. Long story. Yeah, it doesn't. That's the thing. And doesn't get it. Yeah, no, because I was hoping to run through this guy and then snipe him. Yeah, we made a mistake there. Oh well. But what we'll do is we'll blast him like this. Yeah, because if we ran through him, we'd just kill him straight up right now and missed it. But if we get a crit on him, we'll still do it, so. And we did. So we'll get a sleep effect on one smasher at least. Or, no, actually, it's out of range for both of them, so we just completely messed that up. That's okay, but then he's not hittable from this position. It's the problem with Peach here that we need to deal with. And I think what she'll do is we'll definitely put up the shield. And we don't want her to be too close to an edge once again because she would be knocked off the edge for the extra 30 damage. So we actually kind of want her maybe up against a wall. Because she's going to be hit anyway, then. Because she's the only target, really. Like, she is going to be hit. Then we want to make sure that we can blast this somehow. So let's just pull back here, maybe. And then we might want to just maximize damage. Yeah. So hopefully the shield is enough to keep her alive. We actually don't know. But we will have to just risk it. Otherwise, we need to redo it for the perfect. So, yeah, because she's going to get smoked. And unfortunately, yeah, out of bounds. That's okay. She's alive. That's the important thing. If she's alive, then we can just finish this turn and then we get the perfect. Didn't we improve the cooldown on our heal? I don't even remember if we did. Yeah, because now we just grab the TNT and we burn down the pool, and we're okay there. Because we know that's an instant win. And we'll have more than enough damage to do that. So let's grab. I'll actually just come down here so DK can stomp the pool if he needs. So this will be a win. Yeah. It should easily win. In fact, we'll just do some damage now with all of these. Before we get into any movement that might compromise this. Okay, should be the perfect this time. And we did it with the identical loadout, which was good. But it means that we'll just get an extra pile of rewards before we get into the challenges next time. This will definitely be it for today's stream, though, given how long we've run. Yeah, so this is an improvement. And of course, we have all the other rewards for it already. So yeah, this was, I guess, one of two missions that we couldn't just perfect on the first try. So that's all right. We still did reasonably, I think. But let's continue. Let's see what may be the end of the story area. Now we're missing a lot of puzzle pieces. So I don't know how many of them are out in the open world and how many of them were just available on some of the challenge islands later, because we might just have missed a lot of collection. Temple collapsed, plunging us headlong into the caverns underneath. You don't think there are mole people living down here, do you? Or centipedes? Centipedes give me the heebie-jeebies, so maybe we do have an additional world. Alas, even a pale moonlight barely penetrates the gloom down here. Yeah, there is, I think, a true ending behind that. Losing my sense of sight. Language is all but lost. I'm forgetting what things on the surface look like. Help. Rabbid Peach must be losing her mind. Rabbid Peach is really enjoying herself. Okay. How can you moonbathe at a time like this? You should be panicking blindly like me. You know, there's no phone services far down, right? Took her this long to notice. I gotta get a grip. Rabbid Kong is still out there controlling the banana market with an iron fist. Yeah, so we're not quite at true ending yet. We need to carefully find a way out. This is a dungeon after all. There's bound to be traps and spooky dungeon stuff. Okay, that accounts for perhaps many of the puzzle pieces we're missing. We are going to call it a stream from here, though, I think. Because we've been at this a while today. I'm glad there's more. This is a substantial bit of content for DLC. Unless it's like phase 2 of the final boss fight or something. Which may very well be the case. But I think we'll find out next time. There are challenge rooms after that too, so, you know, we'll probably have quite a bit of ground that we still want to cover. Also, we can take a look at what we have currently in terms of new unlocks. Yeah, we still have a few tiers of unlocks over here, and so there is more content to come, which is great. But we'll definitely just look at some of this next time. And yeah, because I guess the main story gives you more than enough points to finish the skill trees as well. And then, yeah, we'll look at that another time. Because we're sitting on 3 points for everybody now, and then we've got lots that we can fill in. That'll be all for today, though. We're going to hold this off, including the puzzle areas here, until next week. And we'll be back this weekend with something else, if it goes ahead. We usually do Mario Maker, but we've got something planned. That might be a bit different. But we'll see you in a day or so. It'll be a later start than our usual time. And we'll announce it on the Discord. But it will not be the usual start. If I'm on tomorrow, it will be kind of a late start, but it will run about as long as this stream potentially. So we'll see. This is tentative. I have to actually check if the event goes ahead. But thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you for the raid once again from Zach Divine earlier, and for all the viewership from everybody who has been in and out, including anybody who may be watching after the fact on the VODs on YouTube. We've been having a ton of fun with this. I'm glad it's pushing me a little bit harder than the main game from what I remember it, that we have had to retry 2 missions today. Avoid casualties. But we're going to pause here, and we're going to move on to something else. And until we meet at our next destination, once again, thanks for watching. Have fun with everything you may be making or playing or otherwise delighting in. And as usual, fare thee well.